Don't judge me, please. Let me lower this down a little because it is intense, but a little bit more intense than I need. Hey, Liana. What's going on? I am doing. I'm here. What up, folks? What up, everybody who's coming in? Giving you all time before I do the thing. I'm just making sure I did what I need to do, and I think I'm good. Okay. Ready for trolley problems? No. No, that is like the exact opposite of what I'm ready for or need right now. It's like the opposite of that. Also, unrelated, if you heard that kick-ass track, and you are curious where it's from, that is the Millennium Tower theme, or Reiwa Tower theme, from Yakuza Like a Dragon. And if you want me to be able to listen to that in glorious, glorious, full quality sound, if you hit exclamation point throne, you'll find the soundtrack on vinyl. Outside of a new face cam, that's probably the one thing I want from there the most. The Like a Dragon soundtrack on vinyl. That shit was probably fire. No, but on a serious note, it has been several days. What has it been? Since Monday? I haven't streamed since Monday. Oi. I was supposed to have a whole plan in place for Thursday to where I could still stream despite my oldest doing football practice now Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then that fell through. But it's fine. It'll be here moving forward. And then my mom, in the wee hours of the morning, ended up throwing up and just the whole thing, and had to go. She drove herself to the hospital because she's just fucking badass like that. And it turns out her gallbladder was so messed up that it was affecting other organs. And so they had to schedule as soon as they could get a surgery going, which was this morning. But she did get the surgery, and it all went well, as far as we could tell. So right now she's monitoring. She'll either be home tonight or tomorrow. We'll see. They're monitoring her, and they're deciding what they want to do. So it's been a couple days, y'all. I am not running off sleep so much as I am running off, hopes and dreams. But you know what we say around these here parts. Fuck it, we ball. I ran to Sam's Club this morning with the boys. Got some drinks and school supplies and things right now before... Oh, yeah, no, listen, Liana, I already know, like, if I wanted to not be Big Sad, this was not the game to play today. I knew that already going in. And yet, here we are. What's up, Booga? Bye. Bye. Oh, Mommy's here? Yeah. Okay. Love you. In one bit of good news, so I didn't throw it out yet. No. This, all reliable, this controller that I have been using for my PC gaming and such going on 4 years now, has finally just gotten untenable. The buttons barely press. Some of them don't work. It's got issues of inputs and whatnot. It is finally done. I mentioned that online. I was going to wait until after the next paycheck to get one, but Yami... God love Yami, hooked me up, so I found a great deal to get the 8-bit Do Ultimate PC controller. So this is its little charging stand. Comes off. It kind of feels like the love child of an Xbox controller and a Switch Pro controller. Like, the actual body design is more like a Switch Pro controller, but the button layout, obviously, because it's PC-based, is Microsoft style. It's also got, like, the patterned backing
I seriously thought that this
He
wasn't
thought
a charging
this
pod.
wasn't a charger, that the controller
It was just a
looked
pod
like this.
That would look way cooler, but this still looks cool.
Yes. So, but I am very thankful, especially because I have some new videos I'm working on. So, in the near future, Joel may also have some school stuff going on, and I'm starting the Sports God podcast with Gideon. And just time may not allow for 4 streams a week, and so if that's the case, I want to try and use spare time at night and what have you to try and regularly put out at least 1 video a week that's just a video upload. And so I've got 3 videos I'm working on. I've already made the thumbnails. I've already begun getting footage, things like that. 2 of them are reviews. One of them I've already mentioned. It's going to be for Sea of Stars. As long as I can keep on the pace I'm going on, I want to have that review out this week. Sea of Stars, it's a positive review. And if you've seen my tweets, what I'm about to say is not a shock. As of right now, it's currently sitting as my game of the year. It is number 1 with a bullet. It has overtaken Armored Core 6. It has overtaken Fire Emblem Engage. Sea of Stars is my number 1 game this year. The only games that could be coming out, or that are coming out, that I'm aware of, that could unseat it, just based on how well they're made, so on and so forth. Super Mario Brothers Wonder, maybe. If it is truly like a return to form for Mario, maybe. I don't think it'll take number 1. It'll probably be in my top 10, but I don't think it'll take number 1. But I'll give it the outside shot. And then, depending on how mind-blowing Spider-Man 2 is. That's it. I'm going to play the Mario RPG remake. I'll tell you that right now. Same thing for Star Ocean Second Story R. Both of those... What up, Caracal? Both of those, in terms of my top 10 list at the end of the year, I am not going to put them on there because both of them are graphically pretty dope, but otherwise appear to be pretty faithful remakes. Like, there'll be quality of life stuff. And Mario RPG, they have not yet said what it is, but if you go back and watch the trailer, in the bottom left corner of the battle screen, there's like a percentage meter that seems to be building as attacks are going off, things like that. I'm assuming that is going to be like a build up to some sort of like combo attack or team buff or something to that effect. I don't know what it is for. So there's some sort of update, but by and large, it's going to be Mario RPG as far as we can tell. Just newer and prettier and little doodads here and there. Star Ocean Second Story R is going to have some updates to the combat system, quality of life stuff. It's going to have some beautiful graphical updates. It's going to be Star Ocean Second Story. So those are not going to make my top 10 list. Not because they're bad, but because I'm talking about newer stuff. Unless Super Mario Bros. Wonder or Spider-Man 2 blow me away, you can expect to see Sea of Stars topping my list. That game is incredible. Also, I officially put Garl in the Samwise Gamgee camp. I don't care if he is the main hero. He's the main hero. Okay? I don't care that Frodo is the hero, Sam is the hero. Much the same, I don't care that Zarl and Valere are the heroes. Garl is the hero. I just need everyone to know that. Also, I did confirm. So, there's actually... So, Sabotage provided provided streamer information kits to everyone who got copies of the game. And one of the things that is provided is...
Valere.
A pronunciation guide for everyone's name.
Garl. Zale.
Okay? It is Zale, Garl, we knew those, but it is Valere, not Valerie. I did see that Yoshi P announced FF16 DLC, which, I'm gonna be real with y'all, Square had to... I want to know how much money Square gave him for that. Because from what I understand, originally Yoshi P was like, this game is coming out complete. We ain't making DLC. We ain't doing DLC. We ain't doing none of that shit. It's coming out complete. Buy the fucking game and be happy. And now they're like, oh, by the way, we're going to have some paid DLC that extends the story. And that only came after Square reported such success with the launch. I want to know, Square had to come to him and be like, yeah, so we're just going to write you a check. And you're going to do some more of that there, Final Fantasy 16. Tu sabe? Also, guaranteed that one of the DLC is going to be based on Leviathan. Guaranteed. My guess is that they do one based on Leviathan, and then one that's going to be the closural epilogue that people really want. That would be my gut feeling. Okay, so also I do love that I forgot what I was going to say. Right, the ending, it's abrupt, and also, that's my guess, is that they're going to do a proper, my guess is, it's because they said there's going to be 2 parts of paid DLC coming. My guess is one is going to be some sort of adventure that is optionally doable or whatever, about unearthing the Leviathan the Lost. And, like, bringing it back or something. Because they kind of vaguely address that. I think they always meant to leave it as an open hook, specifically for this purpose. But that would be my guess as to one. Like, I would put money on that one. I'm less confident about the other one, but just, again, going off a guess, my guess is the other one is going to be a proper ending epilogue that will make people happy and keep it moving. That would be my guess for both parts. I'm going to tell y'all right now, I'm going to get the DLC, and I'm going to play it, and it's going to be there. It's not going to... I would be shocked if the DLC makes me bump FF16 to Game of the Year. It might push it higher up the list, but I would be shocked if it makes it Game of the Year. Y'all, I cannot stress how much I love Sea of Stars. I appreciate you, Shen. Yes, I was just explaining a little earlier. The surgery was this morning. And, and everything went well, as far as we can tell, as far as has been reported. She's good. She's resting now. They're monitoring her. Based on her pain and comfort levels and everything, they're either going to send her home tonight or tomorrow. So we'll see. But we got through the worst part of it. No, Caracal. There's free DLC. There's an update. I think it actually already went live. And then there's also going to be paid DLC. There's new costumes, the ability to have your weapon appear as any of the weapons you have found thus far that you want. Couple of the other little odds and ends. That all is the free DLC update that's coming. There's also going to be 2 paid DLCs. The paid DLC is what I was guessing as Leviathan for one, and then a proper epilogue for the other. That is, again, a guess. Pure hypothetical. Listen, I don't think this is an issue. I can't reveal. When I put in my bio, I'm a Square Enix creator, I'm actually in the official, run by Square Enix Discord. I don't think that's something that I have to hide. You get in, yeah. They did invite me in. It's a nice little spot. It's pretty cool. It's not nearly as packed as you would think, given my ass is in there. But it is there. So, when I say things, sometimes I could have, a little hint, nudge, nudge, an idea of something from beyond. I don't have any of that. We have not been given any info that y'all have not been given. This is purely gut feeling based on what I played, what I saw, and where I think they could go with it. It's either Leviathan, one of them, again, I will bet money. I am 100,000% confident one of them is going to be Leviathan focused. Like, they left that hook there, and that is one of the only, like, outside of... So they left the ending very purposely ambiguous. Like, one of the things they said in in a conversation since is that they want you to be able to write the ending that you like. So that's why it's like, maybe it was Clive. Like, the assumption based on the ending is that Clive dies on that beach, Joshua survives, and goes on to write the book, blah, 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 blah. But there's also been the fan theory of Clive actually did survive that. Like, you saw the stone happening, and then it undid like everyone else's. Joshua died up during the battle, and Clive went on to finish writing the book that Joshua's been penning from notes, and he is the narrator. Like, he's telling the story secondhand under his brother's name, because he can't keep going around calling himself Clive. He needs to, like, do a Ramza-esque situation and go in hiding. There's all types of different ideas people have come up with. And so they left it purposely ambiguous so that there's plenty of hints and you can build that ending that's happiest or best for you or what you want to build. It's no different than Chris Nolan and the end of Inception. Like, oh, but we saw the thing start wobbling, but we never saw it drop. What do you want it to be? Do you want him to be happy in a dream? Do you want him to be happy in real life? So there's all this different layers of it. So they did like that. But outside of that, pretty much if a story bit opened, they closed, and you did all the side quests and you did everything. By the end, they answered or closed damn near everything. Leviathan is really the one hanging plot hole. I have to feel that's intentional. 100,000% confident one of the two pieces of DLC is going to be Leviathan based. The other one, the one I think is more likely, is that we're going to get some sort of proper epilogue ending to make everyone happy, because that is one of the biggest pieces of gripe that people had, was they wanted actual closure, not an ambiguous ending. Or if the Leviathan storyline is like, it's an optional thing and it involves like going into another plane or realm of existence or whatever, then they've kind of already opened the door that they could do that. And the last one could be, I don't know, a hypothetical look at an alternate world where Clive does submit to Ultima, and so you have to take on that version of Clive or something to that effect. Like, they have options based on how they open up. There are other things, but the one I'm 100%, again, I've said it several times, but I'm 100% confident Leviathan is one. I am far less confident, but would make my betting man guess on Epilogue is the other. Now that I've repeated all that several times. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I was going to say next. I've done some leveling. Done some leveling in the old Final Fantasy of 14. It could be that the producer of 14 convinced the producer of 16 that Clive could be transported to Eorzea. You are correct, though, to be fair, the producer of 14 would have to have a conversation with the producer of 16 first. That is something they would have to do. Oh, y'all. At some point, well, no, Shan, I'm being a dick. That's what I'm saying. We're referencing, there was an interview where everyone was like, where they asked Yoshi, is there going to be some sort of Final Fantasy 14, Final Fantasy 16 crossover? And he was like, I'm very interested in the idea of doing that, but I will have to speak with the executive producer of Final Fantasy 14 in order to get that to happen. Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought you were calling me a... I was like, and everyone's just like, you asshole. At some point, maybe this afternoon after the stream or whatever, I may need to ask one of you Hokutin members to log on, because I now have another account here on Adamantoise under the name, and I quote, I like potatoes. Potatoes spelled Potatoz. That is a character being played by... No, not quite. Although it is a Lalafell. But that is a character being played by A1 Joel Fagundes. My youngest decided he wanted to try, and he's been playing and enjoying. He made a Lalafell, started as a Thaumaturge, and he's gotten up to level 16 already. So, he, especially because of the fact that he can... that he could benefit from like heat of battle and things like that to help with his leveling and all that, because I want to get him to level 30 a little bit faster so he can unlock Black Mage, so he can unlock Mount, and more specifically so we can unlock his Chocobo ally, things like that, if we could do it that way. So, and then I'll probably toss a little gil in the guild bank and for him to withdraw so that he can buy Geisel greens and basics and things like that. Not too much, because again, we can't play at the same time. Honestly, I'm gonna see how far he goes with it. If I see that he really, really gets into it, and he's level 30, he's level 40, he's moving. We have gotten gifted, but like my mom got gifted by one of her clients, and she doesn't need it, so she asked if we want it, and I was planning on setting up for the kids. We got gifted like a small PC. I don't know how good it is. But if it can run FF14 on low settings, I might just get him his own account so that we can actually play together. Oh, no. That would be the plan. I would start, until he gets a little further in, I would start on the free trial and everything. But yeah, no, but just while we're seeing if he likes it, I figure let's get him in the free company and all that good stuff. Until the graphical update, it can run high on the... That's my point. So, like, I know it's fairly... hilariously, original Final Fantasy XIV, like, 1.0, that thing was the most unoptimized mess of a computer hog. Performance hog, I should say, that you've ever heard of. And now... like ever since they A Realm Reborned it, now you can basically run this thing on a Pentium 3. So I'm assuming it should be able to run and handle it. So if he plays on his character on your account, he can't trade. Right. No. I did acknowledge you'd have to start over. I don't want, like, I'm not going to wait until he gets to level 70 or anything. I'm just going to see if he sticks with it. To be fair, I could also create... Does the free trial only apply to PC? That's what I was thinking for a second there, Shan. I might get the PS5 version and have him play that. We'll see. I'm not gonna... It is all platforms. I might do that. I might do that. We'll see. So this way we can play next to each other as well. That'd be nice. And I'm pretty sure he could figure out controller and all that. Xbox will also have the free trial. Okay. So as far as leveling, by the way, I've gotten Paladin to 74. So eventually I think I have to level Marauder. Just because it's literally the only tank I don't have near Endwalker level. I think I need to do it out of principle. It is like Dad of Light. As Marauder Rain, I am sure you're insulted. I'm sure you're insulted. And that's fair and valid. That's honestly the other thing I was thinking, Liana, is like once I get Marauder to... If I can get Marauder to, say, 80, I can dump all of my old fending gear. Unless I'm specifically keeping any of it for glamour purposes. But especially like the augmented ironworks gear, the Shire gear, the Skaven gear. I can toss all that shit. Alright. If you're ready, why not go on ahead to the Ocular? You can keep the XIV company while I fetch Alfie now. Don't worry, I mean to borrow the swiftest tomorrow I can find, so we shouldn't keep you long. Be sure to pass on that message, eh? Have big axe! Maybe I can do that as my next run after my current activity. Okay, I'm gonna reveal something to you. I mentioned I have 3 upcoming videos. 3 upcoming, like, YouTube videos that aren't me streaming or anything. One is going to be the Sea of Stars review, hopefully out this week. Worst case, beginning of next week, but hopefully out this week. Then another review, although I'm thinking this next video, the other video, which is going to be a challenge video, I will put in between them just to give myself more time. I'm going to spoil it for y'all who are here, so you get to see what that first challenge video is going to be, because that what you just said actually made me think of another possible challenge video in the same game that I could do for very funny reasons. But, no. Shh, don't tell anyone. This is the planned thumbnail for it. Yeah. I actually had 2 planned thumbnails. This was the one I was originally trying. But then I was like, I don't know, is this just a bit too visually chaotic? And so then I made it without all the X's and without the check. I was like, I don't know, I think it looks better. It looks a little cleaner this way. I am considering doing it in other games, for sure, Liana. The reason I want to do this one, though, is mainly because so I could have the little tiny X. I thought it was hilarious to have like the little tiny X's on the characters you can barely tell are there, including Futch, who is not actually fully... His face does not fully fit on the screen, so I put the full X over him and then cropped it to its exact size. Why is one of them a flasher? Who are you talking about? Oh, Sergey? He's not a flasher. He wears clothes underneath it. But he is, God, he is probably, in terms of combat, he is the specific worst character in Suikoden. Because he has just god-awful shit-tier stats, and he requires being in the front row. The other 2 suck, but at least they can be in the back row. It's between him and Jupo. Jupo. I say Jupo. I've heard someone say Jupo. I'm going to say Jupo because I say Jupo. Anyways, the point is, for those who don't know, and I'm going to say this super quick, and then we'll get back to the game. I'm going to say this super quick, and then I have one question that's terrible, and I'm going to say that, and then we'll get back to the game. For this super quick, one of the things that made it interesting and why I have to select specific characters to call the losers of the game is Suikoden, for those who don't know, has a range system. Your party has 6 characters as you're walking around, because you can recruit up to 108. About 70 of those are combat characters in any given game, and you fight with a group of 6 when you go out into the world. 3 in the front row, 3 in the back row. Characters are short, medium, or long range. Short range characters can only attack if they're in the front row, and can only attack an enemy group's front row. Enemy groups can have anywhere up to 6 characters as well, and they have a front and back row system. Short range characters can only attack from the front row and can only attack an enemy's front row. Medium range characters can attack from the front or back row, but can again only attack an enemy's front row. Long range characters can attack from anywhere, hit anywhere. Sergey has god-awful stats and is a short range character. The dude who you called the flasher with the trench coat. The other 2 are long range characters, so you can at least stick them in the back. Them being not super tough is not a big issue. They're less likely to take hits as it is. Sergey just sucks. The reason I put those 3 specifically is while I will have periods where out of 6, where obviously you have your main character, you can't control that, where I'll have 4, and I think literally at one point in the entire game, 5 slots of the worst characters. Almost at any point in the game, one of Suikoden 1's most annoying traits is that they constantly are throwing people in your party. In later games, they created the Convoy, which is 2 extra slots where characters who have to come along for storyline reasons can go if you don't want them in your physical party, but they did not have that yet in Suikoden 1. So for almost the entire game, you never actually get access to a full party of 6 people of your choosing. And specifically, at the end of the game, when you're facing down the final boss, 2 of your slots are taken up by the characters Victor and Flick, and then obviously 1 is taken up by your main character. And Victor and Flick are both short-range fighters. So you have 3 open slots and only 1 in the front row if you want to be anywhere in the realm of efficient. So now you know. That's why it's those 3. But what I was thinking is, you did the whole have big axe, go rage. I could do a Suikoden axes only run, because fun fact, almost every axe in the game is medium range. The only one that's short range, there is 1 character who is short range, and he uses 2 axes. But everybody else who uses like a battle axe or a pole axe or anything like that, they're medium range for some reason. They can attack from the back row, which is unusual, but cool. Oh, and then the terrible question I have to ask. So, based on his relationship with Miniphilia and everything like that, we all get it that Thancred has big dad friend vibes. Does that make him a DILF? Does that qualify? I'll let y'all stew on that one. Welcome, my friend. I'm just gonna keep it going. It does! Okay, well, Liana, you get it. Tales of your heroism on the battlefield precede you, though I confess I found them more gladdening than surprising. I hear no few of our people have you to thank for plucking them from the jaws of death. Would that they had not needed saving to begin with, but the responsibility for that lies with me. One of our soldiers said that. Thank you. Rest assured that I fully intend to continue our work. I will not shrink from what must be done, now least of all. Though I mourn the loss, I will not lose myself to grief, and even should regret be my constant companion, I'll follow the path I have chosen to its end. We have some time for others to arrive. I'm going to say this. Who is the Crystal Exarch? Who is he? I gotta know. They have made it clear there's some mysterious shit about this MF. I understand there's going to be no... Shan, I'm not asking you to tell me. I get it. I'm not asking you to tell me or spoil it. I'm saying I am already of the line. I have docked at the station of, I want answers. And I know it's gonna give it to me, and I know it's gonna be a thing when it happens. But we'll see. We have some time before the others arrive, if you'd like to talk. And if I were to confess any doubts I might harbor, no one need ever know. No, I believe you have enough burdens without my adding to them. Nevertheless, thank you. Oops, okay, it's on.
My friends, with your aid, we have weathered a brutal assault.
He's like a bad dinner guest. That you just want to leave.
Sorry I'm late, though I would not have been had anyone thought to notify me in advance.
As I was saying,
You weren't
it was only
invited!
with your aid that we weathered this assault. Without it, the Crystarium and all who dwell here would now be gone.
I can't take him, I swear to God.
For each we saved, another perished. If there is anything else we can do to help, anything at all, you need only ask. This is our home too, and we want nothing more than to keep it safe.
Thank you. We are blessed to have you with us. As for the attack itself, Vorthri may call it divine retribution, but Sin Eaters are creatures of instinct. A coordinated assault is unprecedented. Moreover, in the absence of a Light Warden, there should have been no compulsion for lesser Sin Eaters to congregate here en masse. All of which points to a single, unavoidable conclusion.
Vothri is a Light Warden.
That these minions of light answer to a higher power. He who did claim kinship with them, who did boast of control, not in idleness.
Well, we know he can control them, but like, is that what we're getting at?
Indeed. What I mistook for bluster was in fact the truth. The Sin Eaters are his.
Okay, no, that's I made an I made a wrong
us to
leap.
bend the
Ignore me.
knee. He is sorely mistaken.
I take it your meeting in Yulmore did not end well.
You could say that, yes. But I am wiser for the experience nevertheless. It appears he has mastered a technique which allows him to enslave the minds of others. A fact I discovered when he attempted to use it on me.
That would go some way towards explaining the peculiar reverence afforded him by his subjects.
Some
There
of
may
them.
feasibly be a handful of true believers among them, I suppose, but it would not surprise me if the vast majority were in his thrall.
Had I not anticipated his treachery, I might well have joined them. But seeing his invitation for what it was, I sent a glamour in my stead. I rather doubt such tricks will avail me a second time, however.
Did you have any luck tracking down the Light Warden in Calusia?
Sadly, I have nothing to report on that front. What of Anoriand?
After a fruitless few days scouring ruins, I resorted to asking the locals.
Okay.
While no one I spoke to had seen any sign of the Warden, I did uncover a possible lead. An abandoned mine in western Anoriand. From what the Mord told me, it would be a perfect place to stay out of sight.
Morts!
Of course, I could never hope to explore such a labyrinth quickly or safely on my own, so I returned here.
You know, I love me some Mords.
Even should we all join in the endeavor, an exhaustive search could take weeks, and with no guarantee of finding anything.
The Wardens harbor vast reservoirs of primordial light, do they not? Far beyond anything found in lesser Sin Eaters. And isn't it true that the Oracle could see the light of a Sin Eater from miles away? Surely a Warden would seem like a blazing beacon by comparison. To the real Oracle of Light, I mean. The real Menphilia. If we travel to Armoren, to the south where she halted the flood, I could summon her back. What do you think?
No.
Don't.
Don't what? Do what I can. What we both know is right.
Do not presume to know my mind. You have no idea what you're proposing.
But I do. I know why you never said anything. Because you thought you could keep me safe by keeping me in the dark. And maybe I thought so too. But I knew, Thancred. I always knew.
Huh? Go ahead.
Oh, I see. I thought you were a rather underwhelming reincarnation. but it all makes sense.
Because this
now.
asshole is who we need right now.
The Oracle lies dormant within you, doesn't she? But to draw on her true power, you must become one, both body and soul. To wit, one being must consume the other. Who shall be the lucky winner?
This doesn't concern you, Ascian.
But it plainly concerns you. Which is why your heart is ready to burst out of your chest.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking kill him. I'm gonna kill him.
Despite the raging tempest in your bosom, however, you have never once opened up to your young charge. Now, why would that be?
Because it's not fair to her.
Love. Well, I for one think it's a marvelous idea. Certainly more promising than any of your other suggestions. So, it's off to Armorang we go.
Oh, just
I'll meet you at the gate.
one! I'm about to go level monk just so I can punch this dude in the face. I'm sorry to be so insistent, but I know this is the only way. If you're willing to give me a chance, come with us. I did not, Caracal. At all. I am out of that loop. What? Miguel, Shan. It's just, Miguel is just... I mean, he obviously has a last name, but he's a singer. He just goes by Miguel. He's done a number of songs. Probably the most well-known that I can think of off the top of my head is, let's see, he did Skywalker. He did, Beautiful with Mariah Carey. He did... Shoot, what's the... He did, you're beautiful. Oh, Lord, you're fucking beautiful. And then what's that? What's the song I'm thinking of right now? Let my love adorn you. I could not think of it. I just typed Miguel and I was like, no, because I can't think of the song. And just writing the hell, it's not enough. Concert, he did a BDSM stuff where he put small metal bars through. Oh, yeah, that! No, that's less kink-shaming, Shan, and it's more like, why did you do that? See, that's why you were throwing... You told me freak nasty, and I was like, what? Yeah, he legit, like, got pierced and had, like, loops put in during a concert in his skin, and then had them, like, hooked and raised up during a concert. Bro! What? Listen, it might be spiritual. It's a concert.
You have no proof of that.
Joel. I came here to see you sing, man. Not to see Last King of Scotland. If I wanted that, I would go to a James McAvoy concert. McAvoy, whatever. It's called... I had no idea that was a thing. Y'all heathens. Because I didn't even know about none of this. Y'all heathens need to figure it out. Okay? You need to figure it out. Go find Jesus. Something. Okay? It doesn't have to be... Could be go find Rama, Vishnu, okay? Dionysus, Odin, I don't care who. Find something. Because I don't know about none of this. And y'all keep teaching me about it, and I don't want to learn about it. You don't have to involve everyone. I pay for content, but not for that content. That's my thing. It's a concert. It's fine if he's into peeing on people in his personal life. It is not fine if I pay to go to a concert and he decides to pee on someone on the stage. I did not come here for that, Miguel. I did not. That being said, my love Anoriand is still a banger. Gotta be real. Sorry for the wait. I'm ready now. There has to be another way. Look, no matter what happens to me, I'm sure that I don't want to go back to being who I was. I want to be stronger, strong enough to face my destiny, and I want to believe that I can play a part in saving this world. I hope you can find it in yourself to believe it too. When you put it that way, how could we not? It's your decision to make. Just be sure that you're prepared when the time comes. It's her decision to make, but she's making it for the wrong reasons. If all are assembled, shall we depart? We'll follow your lead. What route would you have us take? About that, there's something I neglected to mention. Go on. I saw Eorzea airship coming in to land over Armoreng while I was on my way back to the Crystarium. No doubt the same vessel that bore Valthry's forces to Raktika. Meaning we can expect to encounter armed resistance in our journey through the region. Right. Now, Nabartharang lies in the southern reaches of Armoreng, and there are two routes we can take to get there. The first is the eastern route, which would lead us past Mord Suk. The other is the western route, which requires us to pass through the hills of Amber. Minfilia and I took the eastern route last time. Yes, that's the more well-trodden path. It also makes for easier traversal of the Nabarth Severance. But we can't use it. If we did, we need to cross the Severance from a point nearby the inn at Journey's Head. If the Eorzea caught wind of our approach, it could very well bring them into contact with the inn and its patients, and we can be sure their activities would not meet with Valthry's approval. That's a good storyline reason for shoving you on the other side. It will make the journey more arduous, but I believe it would be safer to take the western route, which brings me to my proposition. While you make for the hills of Amber in the west, I will draw the Eorzea attention elsewhere, to an area in the east that I know to be uninhabited. That way you'll have a chance at reaching Nabartharang unopposed, and without risk to civilians. I cannot deny that it's a sound plan, but nor can I allow you to go alone. My skills will make your task at least somewhat easier, will they not? I will accompany you as well. It will afford us a chance to have a proper conversation. And if I go with the others, I'm likely to say something Thancred will regret. She is self-aware. Thancred just like, yeah, well, I think we all saw that shit coming. Well then, we'll leave the work of distracting Valthry's forces to you. The rest of us will take the western route and try to avoid attracting attention. With that in mind, I think it best that we follow the road from the bridges. We'll move faster with a solid path under our feet. We'll borrow a few Amara for our own journey. I leave the rest to you, Minfilia. Thank you. I'll try not to disappoint. I wish to be careful regarding ritual prayer, considering it is folk getting pooped on for it. No, again, my issue with him doing it is nothing to do. I want to be exceedingly clear. My issue is nothing to do with what he did. You want to do that, you do that. My issue is when and where he did it. Like, this was neither the time nor the place, Miguel. That is fully where my fault lies. Also, just for general MSQ stuff, if you can get through 12 quests, that'll be ideal. Alright, that'll be the goal. There you are. The gate leading to Armorang is just up ahead. In all the time I've been here, I've never ventured into the Hills of Amber. Not that I'm particularly intimidated by new lands at this point, but we have more than enough reason to be cautious as it is. Keep an eye on Minfilia for me, would you? I gotta be real, y'all. This shit hurts. And yes, you know, she gets a say. She gets to decide what she is going to do. She gets agency. Off so soon, Master Bonanza? Barely had time to recover from the battle. Yeah, well, I got shit to do. Well, if you're certain, I'm hardly in a position to question you. But I get it. She does get that. But there's a difference between...
Take comfort in the bonds you share. Accept the pain when the time comes to part.
Oh, go
Press
to
on.
hell, Artbert.
For joy and sorrow walk hand in hand.
Oh, come on.
Beyond Mount Garrick lie the Hills of Amber, beneath which run hidden veins of mineral wealth. Or ran, at least. Mayhap they are
That's where I'm at, Shan.
Or mayhap the ringing of hammers can yet be heard below.
The problem is it sucks because it is an impossible situation. And the reason it is an impossible situation is if your Warrior of Light is in the situation of you could possibly save everyone if you're willing to give up your body. And I get this is why you brought up trolley problem, Liana, but it's like you could possibly save everyone if you're willing to give up your body. Almost every Warrior of Light, you may try and find another solution, but like if you find out I can give myself up and save everyone, they're gonna make that choice. So it's not fair to say she can't make the choice. But it's rooted in a more complex place. Please? Please? Anyways, this place has been scarred by the flood too. Who can say what lies ahead? But whatever else this road may be, it's mine to travel. And I don't plan to take a moment of the time I spend upon it for granted. Titan bronze head here. I take it you're seeing what I'm seeing. Finding a village when we're hardly 10 paces into the hills is a surprising stroke of luck, especially given our recent fortunes, but you won't hear any complaints from me. Let's see if the folk who live here can tell us what to expect from the road ahead. Oh, trust me, the trolley problem is a literal and I'm tired of my ass getting hurt by shit. What happens in this game keeps on hurting. Keeps on hurting, and yet I keep playing the fucking game. Open up. Alright. Titan bronze headgear. What level is this? 76? Dope. Oh, hey! Do I want all those face mask thingies to show? No. I don't want to look like fucking... What's his name? Tobirama? From Naruto? You know what I mean, the racist one. This segment in general is going to hurt a lot, especially for you specifically. New and exciting.
You sell? No. No, you are no merchant. But then why do I know your face? Oh, I remember. You spent velvet gold. Such a coin purse cracking. You're already a legend among Mord traders. You're a traveling merchant, then. Can you tell us anything of this village? Of course, anything for valued customers. This place is Garrick. Before the flood, it was home to many miners. After, not so many. Now, none. So Master Gengen borrowed the village, made it into a trading post. Very convenient location. In which case, you all must be familiar with the local roads, correct? We're on our way to Nabatha Rang ourselves. If we continue south from here, will we have any difficulties reaching it? If we continue south from here, will we have any difficulties reaching it? Oh yes, great difficulty. The flood rent the stone and crushed the mines surrounding Nabatha Rang. Only steep cliffs and collapsed tunnels remain. Oh no. But surely there must be some way. Do you think any of the other Mord might have some hidden route? Perhaps. You ask, they tell. Tell for free, even, to friends of our best customer. Wonderful. Thank you for your help. Well then, best customer, let's see what information your reputation buys us. I mean, Thancred, we already got enough to deal with, thanks to, you know, Captain Pettyass. I don't need you to add to this shit. You wish to go to Nabatha Rang? There was a way once, a gondola down from the cliffs, but it was built for those who had left something behind that they wished to retrieve. Now there is nothing left and no one to use it. You may search for it if you like, but I doubt that its rusted wires would bear your weight.
Also, I do hope it was clear what I meant when I was talking about Toby Rama from Naruto, and I'm like, you know, the racist one. Does the central Naruto conflict about having issue with the Uchiha clan and all that, is that technically racism, or is that more just like generic hatred? Like, they're a family. I guess it's just an easy shorthand, but isn't it more like the one? What's the story? I'm just gonna literally type in the two families that hate each other. Hatfields and McCoys. I knew it would come up if I look at it. One called race man. Yeah, it's messed up. Don't misunderstand it. Yeah, it's right because they have the whole what is it? I know it's a Sharingan, but there's a term for it when you have like a bloodline gift. What is the term? Naruto. I'm gonna type Sharingan and see if it's listed here. It's gotta be somewhere on the wiki. Kekkei Genkai, there we go. The Kekkei Genkai is the term they use. And basically, like, anyone in that bloodline can use it. So yeah, I guess it gets a little squirrely there. But again, it's still more of a family thing. I don't know, it's weird. It is weird. It's rough no matter what. Here's the one thing we can all agree on no matter what. Toby Rama is an asshole. Like, that is, I think, a universally accepted statement. He is genuinely an asshole. The man, listen. The man hates the Uchiha clan, a clan known for using fire jutsu. You think it's unintentional that he's a master of water jutsu?
That is a surprise. Not many bound for Nabatha these days. I do know of a trolley that once went there. It used to travel between all the settlements and mines of the Hills of Amber. It's locked behind a gate, however. I assume that will have kept it from being stolen or damaged, but it also prevents it from being of much use. Like, the man was such a hater, he dedicated his life to learning an element specifically to hate on. Ah, Anoriand. I'm afraid I've learned little to use about how to reach Nabatha. The Omoran presence, though, that's another matter. Apparently, though, their army is definitely in Amarang. There have been no sightings of Yomorans at all in the Hills of Amber. Perhaps we can take that as a sign that Alizé's plan has borne some fruit. Did you have any better luck finding us a route forward? Yes, yes, yes. We're gonna take a gondola. So these are our options. Well, what do you think? We can try the gondola. Might die, but eh. Gate aside, the trolley seems most feasible. It does seem to be the least risky of our options, and I can't imagine one gate is enough to thwart you. I'd like to know a bit more before we dash off in search of it, though. Perhaps Zun can offer some insight. Before we do... Real quick, I realized I wanted to... Okay, no, we're fine. Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum-bum. Oh, valued customers, will the other mode of help? Of a fashion. They told us of a trolley that runs to Nabatha at least. But am I correct in thinking that there was a reason you did not do so yourself when first we asked? Yes. The gate, you see, it is impassable. Before there was a hulking thing of stone, the Talos. It opened the gate, they say. But none operate such a thing now. I do not even know if it yet exists. Could I break open the gate? I do not know, but you should travel east to Mount Biran Mines. That is where the trolley controls stand. I see miners from there from time to time. If anyone knows what happened to the Talos, it would be them. Thank you. You've been a great help. We're off to Mount Biran, then. Let's hope that someone will be there to answer our questions. And I'm sure this is going to go easy and smooth and fine and be easy. I'm sure. I'm sure. You know what I'm gonna do, by the way? Okay. Currently equipping the best gear. Reset the Dark Knight gear. In order to be efficient with it, like I like. Dark Knight, and then I'm gonna go get these real quick, assuming I can. Y'all, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna end up playing a gacha game in the very near future, and I'm not going to excuse it. I'm just being honest about it. The scale of the track is impressive, I'll give them that. Now we only need follow it until we come to the mines. Namely, I'm going to be playing Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis. I just know myself. I would love to be like, I'm going to be strong, don't worry. Nope. I'm gonna play it. It looks very good. I do plan on doing an analysis of, like, how free-to-play friendly it is. But also, I have literally, so I have an Android. So I use Google Opinion Rewards. And, I literally have, like, $20 in Google Play credit just sitting in my account. You gotta understand, it's easy for me because it's constantly asked questions based on where you are. That is not a gnome. I assure you that is not a gnome.
of a mess, isn't it? But the mechanism for dispatching the trolley are here, just as Junzun said. Unfortunately, anyone who might not have used them is not. We might wait for Junzun's mysterious miners to appear. We'll have a look around and see if we can deduce anything useful in their absence. I'm in favor of the latter. Something near the entrance to the mines proper called Eorzea. Meet us there if you find anything. It's an adopted gnome. Exactly. Exactly. You know what? I'm sorry for, like Toby Rama, being racist. Though in my case, it is anti-gnome racism, I guess. What am I, a Baldur's Gate 3 NPC? I will not apologize for that joke. If they had a problem with it, they could have just made their game not be all about racism. Hey! Okay. Now, what I will say... So yeah, I have like $20 in Google Play credit. I'll probably end up spending it on the game. The benches within suggest this must have been a passenger car. Oddly enough, though it is clearly old, it appears to be well maintained. It's a desert coyote. Flecks of rust adorn the rails, but they nevertheless appear sturdy enough to bear the trolley without issue. What am I looking for now? Somewhere around here. Is it in here? Is it in the house? It is. Guaranteed. Conspicuous cup. The cup is slightly warm and a fair amount of tea, steeped over long if the color is any indication, remains within. Okay. Meliadul! No! I'm gonna do this. Assuming there's no issue with it, but I'm gonna do this. Ow! To the quest take me? I'm gonna spend a minute doing this. I hope y'all don't mind. I'm gonna grab the... What's it called? The ether currents. I do love this track. I really do. It is simple but effective. There it is. I was like, if I jump down, I'm gonna regret it. And sure enough, I would have. A tune! So, one thing, I am not doing that one. I'm attuning to this aetheryte. If I do Eureka, I'm gonna be super upset. I'm not sure what that means in this equation, and I'm worried. Cool. Cool. Alright. Now I'm gonna switch back to Dark Knight and continue with the questing. I'll do the other one after, but I was like, I know I'm close enough that it's gonna bug me if I don't take care of this real quick. Eureka is the Stormblood Relic Zone. It's basically FF11. Oh. Mob shit. Oh, good. Good. Train to zone. God, it has been a minute since I've had to shout train to zone. Bozja is the much improved Shadowbringers zone that also has a lot of FF12 lore and led by Matsuna. Yeah, that's the one you were telling me where I can get judge gear, right? Bozja. Is it Bozja or Bozja? Or Bozja? Or Bozj. I don't know, let's get fucky with it. Bam, bam, bam. I'm too big. You know what? Dang it. I hit the Z button. I was trying to, like, show off my sword. But nay. I've heard a bunch of different pronunciations. It's never been pronounced in voice lounge. Ah, got it. I need to finish Boja. Ah, Anoriand, what hast thou discerned? I tend to say Boja, but I also hear... I'm saying it like a j, like it's a combined Z and J. Boja. I see. Indeed, thine observations are consistent with mine own. But let us refrain from further discussion ere our comrades arrive. I need to get FF12 speeder bike mount. There's an FF12 speeder bike mount. Ample evidence of recent maintenance and lukewarm tea besides. The levers for switching tracks looked like they were in good condition, though I couldn't move them myself. No ordinary person could, I think. It is my belief that no person is meant to. The Talos beareth more than a passing resemblance to golems of the Source, nor doth it appear to be the sole example of its kind. The proliferation of Talos fragments, as well as the enormity of the mechanisms here, suggest a considerable number were once in operation. The FF12 speeder bike requires you to functionally complete the zone, but it's a cool amount. It requires you to get every field note in Boja, but yeah, it's the bike Fran and Balthea ride in the start of 12. So, I'm thinking... Since, you know, Shan, since you mentioned you need it as well, I'm thinking, Free Company Boja runs as a team to get this all handled, get us all of it. And Caracal, you can come along for the ride. You're like an honorable member. You're a member in spirit, if not in truth. Alas, this specimen and its fellows now lie lifeless and broken, and I know not how to repair them that they might facilitate our passage through the gate. And without the aid of the Talos, even if thou wert somehow able to unbar the trolley's path, we would still have no means of propelling it. We might not know how to repair the Talos, but someone must. Otherwise, why keep everything else in working order? Whoever is maintaining the cars and rails must know something that we don't. Sure, I've done a minimal amount of Boja, so I can do it. Nice. Let's ask them what it is, shall we? Anoriand, I do believe you'll find a person of some interest skulking in the shadows behind the warehouses on the northwestern side of the track. Of course. While you two have a friendly chat, the rest of us will gently encourage those to the south to come out of hiding. Defend yourselves as necessary, of course, but do try to keep everyone in one piece. Of course, it's Thancred. You don't get the drop on Thancred. Off we go, then. If they ever want to make it clear that someone is a master of sneaking, the way they're going to do that is by having them get the drop on Thancred. Like, plain and simple. I don't think you get anything exciting for the Savage version of Boja. Well... you know, maybe. Mysterious man. Oh, with the billowed open shirt too. Wicked White! Where did you come from? You get to augment the judge gear so they can be dyed. Ooh. No, never mind that. You have no business here, of that I'm sure. Oh, good. I am gonna kick the shit out of you, buddy. Impressive that you're holding up as well as you are, not gonna lie. Also, irrelevant. Alright, you good now, or... oh, we killed him. Okay. For the Savage version of the dungeon, it's rough getting a proper run of a lot of the content since it's less populated. Well, that's why, unless, is it a raid? Because, like, I'm down to, like I said, you know, free company thing. But even with the four of us, that we are only halfway there. Castrum, Lacus, Lator, and the Zadnor zone are hard to get folks to run. Good to hear. They're all raids, but some of them require you to recruit inside the instance itself. Holy shit. These two weren't much trouble either. Let's see what they have to say for themselves. Us? We're not the brigands come to take what isn't ours. Do we honestly look like we need to steal? What, some rusted bits of iron? Don't be absurd. We're not here to rob you. A likely story. You look, well... You don't look normal, that's for certain. You don't have any wares, so you're not, clearly not merchants. Travelers never pass this way. The only reason you'd come all the way out here is to strip the machinery for parts. I'm sorry, you don't look normal. That's... First of all, that's racist. It does scale down if you don't have a lot of people, but it can still be pretty rough. Got it. So there is a raid, Delubrum Reginae, and they also made a savage version of that raid. Oh, Jesus. One second, folks. I'm sending an important message. Okay. Yeah, Deliberating Savage I haven't even tried since you can't revive! Oh! Okay! Oh, Thaf, I have an idea. What if once upon a time, a lovely lady of noble birth ventured forth in search of her lost love, joined by her two most loyal servants, sworn to follow her until world's end. On their journey, they met a sorcerer as ancient as time itself. Moved by the lady's devotion, he offered to be their guide, and they turned up here somehow. I can only assume that you're being intentionally obtuse, but in the unlikely event that that's a serious conjecture, no. I suppose I am a bodyguard of a sort, but we have rather larger concerns than fairy tale romances. Though I would fain hear more of this ageless sorcerer and his... Eorzea generally plays the straight man to everyone around him. Everyone around him, well, almost everyone around him. Alisaie, Thancred, Y'shtola, all of them are far more likely to be the like to throw out a singer. So when he lets it rip, when he's got a good line like that, it is... Gods grant me strength. My Two Dads, coming soon to a theater near you. If I may, we're actually searching for a means by which to travel to Nabatha Rang. We were hoping that the trolley here might offer a solution. I realize that we haven't gotten off to the best of starts, but if you know anything about how we might get it working again... The trolley? The trolley! You should have led with that! We're always keen to discuss the trolley! We're both engineers in training, in fact. Jarek and Thaf at your service. Jarek and Thaf. Technically, I'm a miner, and he does repair work, but our true passion is the trolley. They're boyfriends, right? We all agree? They're boyfriends? We're working with a few other folks to get it up and running again. And before you ask, yes, it's true that there's little in need of transportation these days. But that's no reason to consign a miracle of mechanical engine innovation to dust. The mere sight of it traveling that track once again would make hearts sore. Mark my words. You'll hear no argument from us. What progress have you made thus far? Not as much as we'd like, truth be told. In Baldesian Arsenal, the Eureka Final Dungeon, not only can you not be revived, but during the Ozma fight, if a mechanic is done incorrectly, Ozma can just yeet you from the raid. To be fair, Caracal, the idea that Ozma, you can come in and mostly do everything perfect, and you can still get your shit wrecked, is very accurate to Ozma. Because I want to remind everyone, trying to put your gaze in, oh my, yeah, oh my bad, yeah, no, they're boyfriend. No, I want everyone to understand, for those of you who have never played Final Fantasy IX, I want you to understand something. Ozma is the only, as far as I'm aware, the only super boss in Final Fantasy history where you can have a perfect setup. You can actually go out of your way to do all the obtuse ass training that needs to be done from the beginning of the game in very specific ways, running a low level game up until a certain point, blah, 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 to have functionally perfect stats on every character you bring the four most optimal characters all at maximum level with optimal gear, optimal stats, optimal abilities, everything. And you can still die. It is the only situation where you can do everything right and random number generator, Ozma can just kill you anyways. To explain, give me 1 sec. What is the actual attack? It's not Doomsday, it's Curse? I think it might be Curse. Basically, the fight opens up with Ozma acting twice, I believe. And if I remember correctly, it's specifically if Ozma uses Curse twice, because it's non-elemental and it's unreflectable, there's essentially nothing you can do to limit the damage. And if it gets the right rolls, it can literally, you can have max everything and you can just die at the beginning of the battle and there's nothing you can do. Nothing. You just die. No, it's Meteor. It's Meteor, because Meteor rolls random damage up to and including 9999. It's non-elemental magic damage, and it's non-reflectable. And it's just, it is a random damage roll. So, and you can have auto life, and it won't matter if that's what it is. It's, I believe it opens with two moves, and then it does its countering to everything you do, which can happen. But the point is, you can have auto life, and it won't matter. If it Meteor 99999, everyone revives, Meteor hits the all nines, you just die. You just die, and there's nothing you can do. It is literally impossible. So Ozma, it is accurate for Ozma to have a mechanic where no matter what you do, you just lose. Because Ozma is, as far as I'm aware, the only boss in Final Fantasy that applies to, where you can come in as strong as you can physically possibly be. You can actually, for those who don't know, there's actually an exploit in the game as well that makes it even funnier. Marcus, the temporary, all of the Tantalus thieves are temporary party members. Blank, Marcus, and Cinna. Blank you control a little bit at the beginning of the game. And then Cinna you control at the very, very opening fight. That's it. Like, they have such limited time access, it's not even funny. And also, it's a whole thing. But what it is the game essentially has each of their stats tied to another party member's slot during the period they're in your party, corresponding to later characters. But due to the programming they set up, Blank and Cinna are not abusable. Marcus, however, so the way Final Fantasy IX works, I'm about to get into a super nerdy thing, I just need you all to go with me. Whenever a character levels up, you can get a certain amount of basically extra behind the scenes, like fractions of a point towards their stats. And equipping certain pieces of gear gives you more fractions of a point towards those stats for every level. And so that's why you have to do a low-level game to get perfect stats in Final Fantasy IX, because you have to wait until you have the gear that can help improve your stats as you level up, which obviously all comes later on. Though some of it is available in the middle of the game. Here's why I bring it up. There was a programming error. Marcus's stats are tied to Eco's stats. And there's a couple of pieces of gear that Marcus can equip while he is a temporary party member in the middle, during the... It's still early game where he's teamed up with Dagger and Steiner when they're a little three-way party. And if you get him that gear, essentially, you can go and it'll take you not just hours, it'll probably take you a day or two. It is impossible to do it with the Excalibur 2 challenge. But you can level him up to 99, and all of his extra stat points then transfer over to Eco when you get her later. So as a result, you can then stack her own stuff. Funny enough, she still cannot get a perfect... The way the stats are in Final Fantasy IX, I believe it's Strength, Vitality, Spirit, and Speed. I believe it's those 4 stats. I think it's just 4 off the top of my head. I know it's Strength, something, Spirit, and Speed. I can't remember if there's 2 other stats. Spirit is the most important one for every character no matter what. It factors into attack damage. It factors into abilities. It's the one you absolutely want to have maxed. Speed is mostly irrelevant. The only one it actually matters for is Zidane. And that's because some of his abilities are coded off of the speed stat. But whether you have it normal or all the way up to 50, characters are still going to go at more or less, the same 1-by-1 rate in combat. You're not going to get to a point where if you exclusively level 1 kid, you could have Zidane's speed at 50 and everyone else's speed at base. He's not going to start double turning everybody. So, Zidane's the only one you really want to prioritize that for. So for everyone, the priority is Spirit. For Zidane, then it's Speed, and then Attack, and then Vitality. For everyone else, it's Spirit, Attack, Vitality, Speed last. And the stat caps are 99 for Strength, Vitality. I'm assuming it's Vitality. It might be another word, but that's what it is. It might be Stamina, whatever. It's 99 for Strength, Stamina, and Spirit, and then it's 50 for Speed. No character can actually get 99, 99, 99, and 50 without equipment boosts and things like that, even if you perfectly train them. That includes Eco. You cannot get her to max stats, but she can get the closest because of that Marcus exploit. All of that to say, even doing that kind of shit, Ozma can still just kill you. Can just choose to say, no, try again, reload your save. It's the funniest thing in the world. And there's literally no other super boss that's like that. Warmech in Final Fantasy 1, if you roll in with a group of 4 level 50 characters, Warmech is getting toasted. Okay? Final Fantasy 2, there's none that would really apply during the game. They didn't really put in any super boss I could think of. So that. Final Fantasy 3, for the original release, I think it's nothing. For the DS release, it could be... I believe it's called... It's the Iron Giant. They had an Iron Giant extra boss. But if everyone comes in at level 99 with the best gear, like, that motherfucker is going down. Final Fantasy 4, there's some optional bosses, but none are really stronger than Zoromis. If you're talking about the extra releases, there's stuff. But again, if everyone is at that max level with best gear, especially if you get them adamant armor, going down. Like, I'm talking about, you can have the best gear, best everything. Ozma, does not matter. Final Fantasy V. Shinryu and Omega are tough. You do need the right build. But again, if you bring the right build, you're going to destroy them. You're just going to. You just have to know what the build is. That's what the trick is. But if you bring all the right stuff, you're going to win. That's how it is with every single other one of these fights. Emerald weapon, ruby weapon, Omega weapon in Final Fantasy VIII. All of these. You do the right prep, you win. Ozma, you do the right prep, you win, usually. Sometimes, no. Sometimes Ozma just gets to say no. Well, is there anything we can do to assist you? We can gather materials to help put pieces together. It's a slight more complicated than that, I'm afraid. If you spoke with Magnus, you'd understand. He's the only one with full knowledge of the trolley's operation. I suppose you could speak with him if you'd like. We'll introduce you. Is Magnus the dude whose ass I just kicked? Very well. Our options are limited, and if this Magnus can explain whatever has prevented the trolling from being restored, I'd like to hear it. Right. Looks like you'll be following us back to Twine, then. Yeah, is Magnus the dude whose ass I just kicked? If you're ready, we can leave right now. Though, you haven't seen another fellow around here, have you? I thought he'd have come out by now. Yeah, he's not, but yeah. There is a Y around the not being able to be revived, but it has a 25% chance of not proccing. Oh, got it. You think he'll be alright? That's, well, I suppose we did force your hand a bit. I'll have a look just in case. You go on ahead, Thaf. Alright, looks like it'll just be you lot and me, then. Try not to let anything take a bite out of you on the way out of the whale yard. Okay. Oh, am I gonna find this guy first? Yeah, that's fair. Oh, I didn't need to... Let me see this. Let me see this gear. So, see, they're gonna keep doing this. It's gonna be Titan Bronze, but otherwise it's gonna be Zona... Oh. Okay. Okay. I'm with it. I am in my slutty tank era. I dig it. I'm down to be in my slutty tank era. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Just get behind me. Damn, that smarts. Did he have to thump me so hard? I'll be feeling that for the next fortnight at least. Not to be done about it now, though. I've pointed your overeager companions in the right direction, and they've gone on ahead, so we need to get moving. Normally we walk atop the tracks, but seeing as the young lady has a... You son of a bitch. Spoken like someone who doesn't remember the two Subligar eras of AR. Oh no, I remember. But it's been a minute. I swear Final Fantasy, like, Square does that shit on purpose. Oh, you want new gear? Here's a cup. Normally we walk atop the tracks, but seeing as the young lady is a much shorter stride, that's a perilous route. That's more perilous route than I'm comfortable suggesting. Wouldn't want anyone falling through the gaps. Of course, the low road presents other dangers, but having been on the receiving end of your friend's blows, I'm not worried on that account. It's a goat, it's a goat, it's a goat, it's a motherfucking goat, it's a goat, goat, goat. Oh, there is a bridge down here. I didn't have to go all the way up and then back down. Alright, well, it happens. What up, Thaf? Wait a moment, I think I hear something. Oh, that's something, alright. Run! What happened? Oh, good, it's a coyote. Oh, coyote! Oh, good. Great. Sensational. Okay, now I'm gonna be smart and I'm gonna get my partner in crime. Can you stop fucking mooing? You're not even a cow. Oh, come on! I could just run, but now it's a matter of principle. Now it is a matter of principle. You decided to start some shit, and now I am here. Ending shit. Okay. There we go. Where am I at on the timeline? I'm coming along nicely with Meliadul. That's a cassowary ass bird if ever I saw one. Okay. Dude, do you just live to attract problems? Didn't have to be this way. Did not have to be this way. We could have been fine. Everything would have been just fine. But y'all decided y'all wanted and needed trouble. Not me. Not my fault. Your fault. Oh, here we go. Sorry about that. I'll admit, I didn't expect this route to be quite so fraught with danger. We're nearly intertwined, though, so we should make it without further incident. Yep. 70 gil is worth it. It's worth a couple seconds. Yeah, I'm behind you. This is it! Welcome to Twine! The original dwellings were built to house those laborers tasked with building the track. Over time, miners came to seek their fortunes, and that's what made the town grow to what you see before you today. But it was still the trolley that brought them here. As you've doubtless noticed, the track goes to the very heart of the town. It was the heart of the town, back when the trolley still carried everyone home at the end of each hard day in the mines. Now there is no trolley, nor much work to be had in the mines, for that matter. The only residents that remain are the destitute, the delusional, and those with nowhere else to go. Or so they say. That should give you some indication of what to expect when you meet Magnus. As I said, it'll help you understand why we can't get the trolley running. Just don't expect too much aside from that. I don't like this. Well, that's encouraging. But I don't see that we have much choice. Let's go and meet the man. Oh my god, Liana. It just clicked. It is a literal trolley problem. All right, Magnus. See this. Who are you supposed to be? Never seen the three of you in my life. Or the four of you. Wicked White, if you're going to bother me, at least have the damn courtesy to stand still. He thinks this one is deep in his cups. These are my guests, Magnus. We ran into them at the mines. They're looking for a way to reach Nabatha Rang, so they came to ask about the trolley, you see. What? There's nothing in Nabatha Rang. Not anymore. Especially not for frail little girls. Give it up. No! We must reach Nabatha Rang. I must! See how your heart's set on it. The world doesn't care. The place is a ruin. Nothing more. You're not getting there in the trolley. The thing doesn't run on hopes and dreams. We're not fools. It's necessity that drives us to Naboth Rang. If you insist that the trolley is not an option, at least tell us why. No! I'm sick of people asking me about the blasted thing. Leave me be. We'll speak outside. He only said that because he thinks I'm weak, and he's right. But I can't be. I won't be forever. There has to be some way. I must find it. Oh, I'm sorry. I was stuck in my own head again. It's clear that Magnus has no intention of helping us, but perhaps we should ask the other residents. They may know something of the trolley. I'll take the north side of town. Let me know if you learn anything. Thancred, art thou truly content to stand witness to fate's course and take no part? This isn't a matter of fate, Eorzea. It's about choice, and I've had years to decide where I stand. Minfilia has spent too long in chains already. I would not shackle her again by making my hopes known. It is for her to choose what shape her destiny will take. It is for me to stay silent, to protect her, teach her, and stand by her. That, at least, I can do for her. So be it. Come, let us make our own inquiries. Ah, man. I don't know, Thancred. I do not know. I simply do not know. Oh, there you are. You'll be pleased to know that I got a friend back home with no trouble, and he's just fine. He was a bit shaken up is all. And you, what did Magnus have to say? Ah, I did have a faint hope that you might need to prompt him to action, where our interest has not, but I suppose that was foolish of me. I'm sorry that we couldn't be of help, though. At least I could show you the trolley car we have here, if you like. You give it a stroke or two. It has some very smooth wood. That's not... I don't... no. You mean to say you're not giving up? Even knowing that Magnus is... Magnus? I don't see much point in you being stubborn about it, though perhaps stubbornness is exactly what this situation calls for. Can't forge iron without an anvil, after all. I can't imagine that anything you try will work, but if you're certain, you can help me make preparations in the event that it does. To that end, take his toolbox. We're going to inspect the rails. I'll have a look along the tracks for anything that's in need of repair. You bring the tools and be ready to hand them to me whenever I stop to work. Yeah, I don't know, Thancred. I get it. But there is a part of me right now that feels that it is very obvious that the optimal situation for you would be her just willingly choosing to bond with / give back or give her body over to Minfilia. And I feel like if your goal... You open the box, revealing the proud array of lovingly maintained tools within. Brilliant! Now, if you could hand me what I need as I work, that would be help. In this case, well, this bolt is loose for one matter. Can't have that. I'll need to tighten it. What will you provide? A mid-sized wrench. I'm not going to hand him a saw for a bolt. I'm not going to be an idiot. Thank you! This one will do nicely. Now give me a moment, and... Like, Thancred, I think you need to... There! I don't see any problems here, so let's continue along the track. I get it. It's hard. I also feel like, again, we discussed it. This is a complex thing. And you can't just be like, well, you would sacrifice in horseshoes. Yes. But there's no part of me that's sitting here and thinking that what would be best for the world is someone else, because I will never be enough. And she is currently dealing with an issue that she will never feel enough. You set down the toolbox, the muscle of your arms enjoying profound relief, and open it once again. Quite handy to have around, you know? As to the lamp here, these aren't often necessary these days, but if we're going to do this, we might as well do it properly. And if by some miracle the night returns as it did in Lakeland, well, it's a nice thought. Anyway, a bit of this post seems to have splintered. Whether its lamp is to be lit or not, we wouldn't want these little pieces of wood jabbing the next person who comes through here to do maintenance. I'll need to sand it down a bit. A bulky saw, a heavy hammer, a rough file. I need to sand it down a bit. A hammer. Yes, the wood file's perfect. Let me even this out. That should do it. I'll bring some varnish along next time to finish the job. I haven't spotted any other problems, so we can move along now. Unless you'd like to take in the view of the tracks from here for a bit longer. It's breathtaking, I know. Mining has always been the primary vocation of folks in the Hills of Amber, you see, but after a certain point they had to dig up everything that could easily be reached and carried back by manpower alone. It was then that the Naboth Empire struck upon the idea of the Talos, which they had seen at work abroad. At great expense, the Naboth brought the Mistal engineers who specialized in Talos here to the hills, and wouldn't you know it, the mining industry picked right up again. You just know that Tetsuya Nomura was mad AF when Yoshi P got rid of belts. Twine itself sprung up around that time. Do you think that was intentional? It was named after the entwining of tales, the fruitful cooperation between the native Ronso and the newly come Mistal. Native But that, like so much else, fell apart in the wake of the flood. The Mistal left, taking their knowledge with them. It was 15 years ago that the last of them, the folks from Daedalus Stoneworks, took off for Yulmore, and now no one remains that can repair and operate the Talos. Yeah, I know, that's why I was just like, I'm glad they just admit it. But there's no use in lamenting what can't be changed. And there's one more thing we need to do while we're out here, so we might as well get to it. Vultures occasionally make their nests on the tracks, you see, and it falls to us to remove them when they do. The creatures are angry when disturbed, which is natural, but nevertheless a danger to anyone passing by. It's not my favorite task, to be honest with you. As you may have noticed, I'm not terribly suited to confrontation. That said, would you follow the tracks north and remove any nests you find for me? I'll keep an eye on things from here. Yeah, that is a very specifically an attack on Nomura, personally. Nomura, who has said, and I quote, "There is nothing in this world or even this universe cooler than a belt," end quote. And I know you're gonna tell me I'm bullshitting and making up that quote, but you can't prove it. You cannot prove to me he never said that. Go ahead. Try and prove the negative. You can't. And if you say Google returns no results, I'm just gonna say it was in a Japanese language magazine, and it's, you know, you had to know where to look for the translation, and you're not gonna find it normally. Checkmate, atheists. Hostile presence. You're about to send to a hostile. Foot up your ass. Got him. Nailed it. 10 out of 10. No notes. But yeah, the Hrothgar thing, I just like how they're like, yeah, they're Ronso. Honest question. Because I've been thinking about this, speaking of Ronso. Objectively speaking, not in terms of story, I don't want to get into that. But objectively speaking, in terms of mechanics, Kimahri is the worst character in Final Fantasy X. Again, I'm not talking about as a character. You know, we can... That is a whole separate discussion. But in terms of mechanics, Kimahri is the worst character in Final Fantasy X. Because it's a game where literally everyone else on the team has a niche, and Kimahri's only niche is that he can be whatever another team member is, but worse. He can be a worse Yuna, or a worse Auron, or a worse Lulu, but you already have Lulu or Auron or Yuna. So he's always just a redundant extra, no matter what you do with him. And his best use as a result becomes filling, like, just being used to try and get extra skills on other characters. Thank you. And everything should be taken care of. In return for your help, I'll tell you a bit more about the trolley. Nothing that can get it started again, though. As I said, the only people who know how to repair the Talos are long gone. When they left, the life began to bleed out of the town. Trolley's tracks rusted, and its cars fell into despair. Now, I was born in Twine, raised there, and my first word was trolley, damn it! And those are the worst years of my life. But then, about 7 years passed, Magnus and his wife returned to us. Magnus is a real proper trolley engineer, and perhaps he would never have left it in the first place, if it hadn't been for his son. As you're well aware, Amarang is hardly the safest place, and Magnus wanted his child to grow up away from its dangers. It didn't help in the end. The Sin Eaters got the boy. Isn't that always the way? The child had always said that someday he wanted to see Magnus's trolley running again. So in his memory, they returned to Twine, started fixing those rusted rails and broken cars, and it was going well for a time. Wicked white vultures? Are they back for revenge? Never mind, I don't want to find out! Come the fuck on, man. I already do not want to do this. Anyways, here was my question in saying that. Do you think Final Fantasy X would have been better if Kimahri had either been given a defined role in the Spirit Grid, or more likely to what could have been done? Nice work out there. And now you know the story of the trolley. Won't do much good without the Talos, though. If there was even a single one that still functioned, things might be different, but, well, here we are. Or, given how the game is, because I don't know that you can think up, like, a really genuinely good niche that isn't already filled to add to the game. But, oh, good. Good that the gear for the fending gear for this level is, you know, chaps. Hold on. Not that it'll do you any good, but we do have a Talos we'll be meaning to repair. I could show you if you'd like. It'd certainly be nice to hear something other than Magnus griping for a change. It's just... I don't know that you could add another niche the game didn't already have without getting a bit too granular, but what if there was another path on the sphere grid that, instead of just going on someone else's path, if there was another path on the sphere grid that was meant for Kimahri, even if it was a conglomeration of others' abilities, if it was a conglomeration of others' abilities kind of either curated specifically for him, or that those characters themselves could not actually access. So, for instance, either something like early on, he gets delay attack like Titus, and he gets cure, and then maybe he gets level 2 magic before Lulu does. Gives him the niche of getting access to it early, but he's not as good with it. Or alternatively, like I said, maybe he gets some abilities that are like little pieces here and there of what would be expected to be from other characters, but they can't access to it. Like, Isuna. I would have made Jump a Sphere Grid ability and given him actual Dragoon Path. Yes, but I can see where the one issue I have is, and I do think some of that should be there, give him his own stuff, but, like, I can see where it becomes stepping on toes. Like, the one thing would be, like, let's just say he did, like, Dragoon stuff. Some of the inspiration outside of Jump would be, like, in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, Fire Breath, Ice Breath, Thunder Breath. Well, that's just kind of stepping on Lulu's toes anyways. You could alternate it by having it be physically based, but I don't know that it would change much of anything overall. There's still ideas of what they could do. You could give him Reese's Wind. You could give him a couple other abilities. 6 Dragons. Freya could be good influence for a lot of it. Truly a most vexing state of affairs. I thought mayhap a closer examination must... Yeah. I see. The means to build Talos stone by stone are lost to us, 'tis true. But here before us slumbers a most fine specimen. Indeed, were it not for a few minor failings, it would be in working condition. 'Twill likely require naught but a few modest repairs and a suffusion of ether. Well, if you think you can get the thing up and running, far be it from me to stop you, but what exactly do you reckon is the problem? I should stress that I performed only the most cursory of examinations, though such arcane constructs are not wholly unfamiliar to me. As I did suspect from the first, it is host to a network of veins through which ether floweth freely. Or so it would, were it not for several fractures which now impede said flow. How in the hells did you get all that from just a glance? I take it you've thought up a solution as well, then. To bridge these fissures requireth a material highly conductive to ether. Once in place, I believe it will be possible to restore the Talos to life. Might I prevail upon thee to acquire that which we require? Not far from beyond the walls of twine dwelleth a creature of living stone, the Debitage. Full sure am I that stone from such a being would prove most suitable to our needs. Very good. I shall have Thancred and Minfilia attend me in the remaining preparations. I spied but 3 obstructions to the flow of ether in the Talus, and thus would I ask you provide 3 stones of the Debitage. All else will be made ready upon thy return. I do think Jump is a good idea. Specifically, you can even still have him be a blue mage overall in terms of his overdrives. But I do think that it would be a smart idea to have Jump be an ability. And so then he immediately gets the niche of have Jump be how it classically is in Final Fantasy. A 2-turn move during the first turn, obviously with Final Fantasy X's battle system, like, you gotta figure out it slots further down, it does more damage than just attacking, but he is unable to be hit during that time. And it can be used to avoid big moves. There were options. My main thing is I don't think there was a niche you could give him in terms of physical attacking. Because remember, everyone has something. Titus is relatively more accurate. So for fast enemies, he's the perfect to hit them. Heavily armored enemies, you go with Auron. Flying enemies, you go with Waka. Then you have the elemental benefit of Lulu. All of that. I don't know what you could have done for Kimahri there that would have worked. I think that's what it would have to be. I think it would have to be just, he is like Auron, able to break through defenses. Oh, my poor friends, left to be eaten by horrid beasts. I feel terrible about running away, but what choice did I have? No point in us all being killed now, is there? Finding someone to go in and retrieve the bodies, rescue them, would be absolve me of the blame, yes? If you could go to the ruins of Kelk to look for 2 more scavengers, I would be grateful. My one issue is, if that happens, which I get it, I think they basically decided we're either gonna end up having Kimahri be unique and usable. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if there was some design level discussion around exactly what we're saying and around the idea of Kimahri being the early access point to what Auron does, which is the high power, breakthrough heavy defenses character. But then it becomes, well, if we do that and if we give him unique abilities, now Auron and Kimahri are vying for a party slot. And so their answer was basically make Kimahri the go-go of the team. And the problem is, go-go's best use in FF6 is either A, allowing you to have an extra of a character when you go in to take on Kefka and you don't gotta recruit everyone per se, or B, just making you not have to deal with Gao's random bullshit. I think that the issue there, and I agree with you in theory, I think the issue there is like what sort of specificity would have been required to have an enemy that responds well to a lance's reach, but does not, like, if the idea is like an enemy that is either harder to hit or counters or something like that, now you're still in a situation where you're stepping on the toes of someone, but it's Wakka. Which, granted, you can make the argument based on personality that, like, okay, I'm willing to make that particular step on toes. But yeah, I think that's the issue there, because that was my original thought. Lances are longer, have an enemy group that is, you know, is wont to counterattacks or something like that, but Kimahri swings at a further range and it doesn't trigger the counter. I'm like, well then, Wakka's doing the same shit. It's gotta be. Like, you know what I mean? It's weird. It gets a little wonky. Thancred and Minfield will return here along with the remaining supplies we require. Didst thou succeed in procuring stone from the debitage? I don't know. I want to be clear. I'm not sitting here saying that FF10 is perfectly balanced. That is. I'm also not saying that these ideas are terrible. I think it's just one of those things where there's domino effect of it all, that it's like, eh. Fine specimens, one and all. You have my thanks. We need now but wait for Thancred and Field's return. I think probably the best solution I would think of is what we said. Have him be another heavy armor enemy attacker, so that you have access to it before Orin gets there. And then further, from end to end, they but require sufficient endowment. And give him Dragoon abilities, and again, maybe you can have him have a smattering of other characters' abilities to represent the blue magery of it all, on top of the blue magic. Like, you could even, like, you could call it, he could have Dragoon as an ability set, and then Freelance as an ability set, or whatever. Which fits with him being a blue mage. The idea is he has a little bit of all these different abilities. So he has little sampler abilities from every other character, plus a few unique ones in there. Then I think people would use and like him a lot more. It's not moving. Strange. The core refuseth to stir. I fear the condition of this Talos is more dire than I previously surmised. As a heart driveth blood through a man's veins, so doth the core ether throughout this massive frame. Failing its repair or replacement, the Talos cannot be restored. So it was the heart after all. Thou didst foresee this outcome? Well, no, not exactly. We'd never gotten this far in trying to repair it, so we had no way of knowing the heart was the real problem. We tried to find another in case things turned out as they are now, but... Jarek? This isn't really my story to share. Please, Jarek, if something went wrong, maybe we can help. All right. After all you lot have done for me, I suppose it's the least I can do. In fact, I think the heavy armor attacking thing would work out best because Orin is such a cool and beloved character. And yeah, like, him having a unique party niche is a part of that, but really it is his aesthetic and his personality that made him beloved in the way he is. He absolutely would have still been a beloved party member if him and Kimahri shared that particular weapon niche. Like, that, he is the only characters... I think if him and Wakka shared a niche, people would shove Wakka out of the party for him. But I think him and Orin, I think there is absolutely some people who are like, well, I'd rather just use Kimahri for efficiency's sake because he comes earlier, but there would still be plenty of people who'd be like, I'd rather use Orin because Orin is fucking dope. And so I think that's where the overlap could work, and it would not harm the overall experience of the game for a lot of people. Right then, the Talos, their hearts cannot be made of just any stone. You need a special sort with sufficient ethereal conductivity. Both it and the other materials used in the construction of Talos' bodies are mined in the same place. That place, of course, being here, the Hills of Amber. And it was 3 years ago when she... No, I can't. I'm sorry, but you'll have to hear it from Thaf or someone else. Back to the tavern, then. I swear to God. I see you hanging out here, Shan! Just chilling. Still here, eh? You can ask again, but the answer's the same. Our trolleys are... Yeah, I think it's unfair to talk about beloved characters like that, because it's not like the mechanics of the game controls how much they're loved. Right, that's why I want to be clear. I think Orin would still be beloved. I think with Orin, if Kimahri and Orin had some overlap in terms of party mechanics, it wouldn't matter. Orin took off because everyone thought he was the coolest son of a bitch to ever live. And they're not wrong. What? God damn it, Jarek, you could have at least finished so I wouldn't have to clean up your mess. Seeing how you made quick progress in fixing that Talos and all, he was probably thinking you could help change things around here. And I think he may be right. Gather your friends and I'll tell you what you want to know. I have a feeling I know where this is about to go, and I don't like it. I do not like it.
Magnus's wife was a miner, you know.
There it is.
Greatest prospector there ever was.
Come on, man.
When the golem heart started failing, she was the first to head out in search of more.
Anything else to this dude?
Problem was, most of the veins ran dry ages ago. And finding fresh ones to tap's only gone harder.
I'd be a drunkard too.
But she wasn't one to be deterred. She just kept digging deeper and deeper. And then the mine collapsed. We labored day and night to clear away the rubble, but it took us 2 months to find her. To find her body. Magnus has never been the same since.
Where is he, if you don't mind my asking?
Ah, yes, well, if he's not here, there's only one other place he'd be.
Speaking of mechanics, I just remembered something about FF8, specifically for the Brady Games guidebook. I think I have that guidebook in my closet, actually. The guidebook said that Apocalypse, the spell you can only get from the final form of Ultimecia's lower half, junctions well. How did they know that? Game Shark!
What? Oh, you again. How many times must I tell you? The trolley won't run! We'd be better off dismantling the damn thing and selling the parts for scrap. Now, piss off back to wherever you came from. Don't let me catch you around here again.
This is gonna hurt. I know it's
What were their names?
My son was named Skuli. My wife, Agna.
Being here with them, it beats going home. Home stopped being home when I lost them. I thought to try and drown my sorrows, but somehow the bottle's never deep enough.
No bottle is. Believe me, I know.
You've lost someone too?
Not like you. Not my own flesh and blood. I grew up an orphan, so I never really knew what family meant. Not until I met a man who offered to take me in and make me his pupil. He was a kindly soul, always looking out for me, like a father. Not that I appreciated that at the time, or anything else for that matter.
Okay.
But I finally had a family. And then I robbed a young girl of hers. I did my best to make amends, to offer her comfort. But the more I look back on it, the more I realize just how inadequate my efforts were. I let her down. That is why I refuse to let her legacy die. In the end, all we can do is press on, for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. And that requires your Talos. Please, Magnus. You are our only hope of reaching Nabarth Areng.
What rubbish.
She's not gone. No matter what you say or believe, she's not. We can still bring her back.
Full well do I know the pain of loss and how heavily it can weigh on one's heart. Nevertheless, there is but one way forward. We must needs produce a new heart for the Talos. Thaf, knowest thou any location where we might find the stone we require? No matter how scant the possibility, we would seize it. I told you nearly all the veins were tapped dry years ago. Though I suppose if you really wanted to try, you may find something at Nuvi's land leavings. Don't you dare, Shan. It was opened well before Talos became commonplace, which is why the mining there was never quite as deep. When you get there, look for Guth, John, and tell him I sent you. But don't be surprised if he tells you the same thing. Thine assistance is most appreciated. Anoriand, I think it best Thancred join thee in his search. Though he would be quick to deny it, his heart is in turmoil and his thoughts clouded. 'Twould be unwise to ignore his distress. Thancred doesn't want to admit the truth. And I think at this point, years into it, the truth might well be he does love Minfilia. This one. And he wants to protect this one. Because she deserves that at this point. She deserves the chance to have her life. At last, a lead on the stone we need to power the Talos. I can't very well have you go on your own. Lead the way. I'd say we're long overdue for a good turn. I can only hope the gods feel the same way. Now, Nuvi's leavings was to the south, was it? Let's get going. You see something? Yeah, it's fine. I will. Let's see what we're looking at here. Even though I don't want to give up this cool-ass weapon. Ooh. I'm good with that. I don't think it's quite as cool, but... I do like guillotine blades. Basically, I like it when blades flare out in some way at the end. That is what I'm a sucker for. To be very clear. For Amorang. Okay. Have you seen a charm like this before? I found it among the stones brought from the mine. A lot of the workers wear these for good luck, and I expect whoever lost it is wondering where it went. It's the first time I've seen one made from cat's eye, so the owner shouldn't be hard to track down. I'd go and look for them myself, but I got too much to do here. Would you be able to go in my place? The graveyard keeper is quite knowledgeable about charms and whatnot, so it might be worth asking for. Okay. Wait, what? Oh! This one. Okay. Just grabbing these while I'm here. What's that you have there? Cat's eye charm. Cat's eye charms like this were once used to ward off misfortune. The tradition began with the Church of the First Light, and the gem represents a patron deity. Even though no one follows that old religion anymore, some of its customers remain, especially among the miners. You don't see many this exquisite, though. I seem to remember the fellow with an eye patch kept a similar charm around his neck. It might even be the same exact one. I never caught his name, but he's not hard to miss. The last I saw of him, he was leaving to mine Nuvi's leavings with some of the others. Okay. Yeah. You know what I'm gonna do, though? Once again, I'm gonna switch to Gunbreaker, get the... No! Leave me alone! Dang it, it's too late. Giant cactus! That's fine. Oh, hey, I leveled up. Enhanced Aurora and Melee. I don't know what those do. Allows accumulation of charge for consecutive uses of Aurora. Which one's Aurora again? Oh, okay. Melee mastery. Increase the power of Keen Edge 200. Oh, all of these powered up. Dope. Oh, I see. It's here. I gotta change up this grid to fit like how I fit other stuff. Okay.
Alive, can it be? But it's too early to celebrate. The youngest of our group is still missing. Please, you must find him. I'll wait outside the ruins in case you need help carrying what is left of the boy.
Oh, I don't like that at all. Can y'all not do that shit? Can y'all just let me have a nice time? For once? Ever? Here we go. Bada bing! Bada boom! Bada bam! This guy must be doing the exact same quest. He is doing the exact same quest. Well, I guess I will help him by virtue of being here. Makes sense. Okay. Phew, does that count as a near-death experience? Can I once tell my friends? First, we should make a hasty retreat, yes? Okay. Hey. Well, now I'm gonna switch back to Dark Knight. Shit. Cannot thank you enough for saving us, but how'd you know we were here? Because your buddy told us after he ran off. Running away turned out to be the best choice. Not only did he escape, but he sent for help too. If he had tried to rescue us himself, he would probably all be dead by now. Better to run and scavenge another day, yes? Must remember to thank him. Dope. And then I can hand in the one quest while I'm here, and then I will only have one ether current quest to do that's not like part of it. Yeah, because you get one like at the end of the zone, as obviously. So, I love the fucking giant cactars so much. They make me so happy because they look so stupid. It's like he's wearing a giant sombrero. Literally, what is there not to love? Oh, I didn't notice you there. What do you want? Where did you get this? God, how can I be so careless? It was all my sister left behind before she... Look, I'd rather not talk about it, but I appreciate you bringing this back to me. It means a lot. Okay. Dope. A little closer to mastery. The way you described it, I was expecting the place to be abandoned. Perhaps our fortunes are finally improving. We should probably hear what Guthjolm has to say before we celebrate, assuming we can find him, that is. Okay, so real quick, switch back to Gunbreaker. Bam. Boom. Now back to Dark Knight. I'm in my best stuff, right? Okay. Bang. I'm even using a cloud sword right now. Big, giant, unfair sword. I should totally be allowed to pull it off like this while I'm riding the Fenrir. Should totally be allowed. Who are you and what are you doing in here? Well, you shouldn't have listened to Thaf. You're wasting your time. But this site's not as developed as the others, is it not? Surely there must be something left. I should explain. The stud you're looking for is Leonine. All the Talos in the Hills of Amber are powered using them. Or were, at least. Anyway, whatever's left, if anything, is too far below to be safely excavated. In the deepest reaches of the mine, we use Talos to keep the pathways from collapsing. They're still there, but they could give out at any time, which is why much of the mine is closed off. Then our only option is to search the higher levels for any fragments of Leonine that must be overlooked. I suppose there may be one other way. What? Don't leave us in suspense. What you're asking for is a trade secret. I'll need to be duly compensated in exchange. Fine, what do you want? The other day I found a Vobert gold piece down in the mines. A bloody Vobert gold piece. And wouldn't you know it, I dropped the damn thing somewhere while I was working. Find it and I'll tell you what you want to know. We drive a hard bargain, sir, but we'll take it. It seems we have our work cut out for us, Anoriand. Thankfully I have an idea from how we might hurry things along. Go on. It's called a magnet. It's very simple. As I'm sure you've noticed, despite their best efforts to illuminate the corridors, it's rather dark in here, meaning it'll be that much harder to find a single coin hiding in the shadows. That's why I propose we use these, sun drops. They help make the eye take in more light. Why don't you start your search further in, and I handle this area here. I'll retrace your steps after in case you happen to miss it. If you feel the drops effect wearing off, I can give you more, so don't worry. Oh good, this is another I have limited time thing, isn't it? Was I supposed to talk to him before I walked off? Oh, here we go. I have 3 minutes of dark sight. It's not going to be this one, but I'll check this one. Because obviously I'm expected to check this one. Oh, you son of a bitch. Unleash full wrath. You're just lucky I didn't use delirium so that I could stack up blood spillers on you. Search that to find nothing. Perhaps the gold piece lies elsewhere. It's gotta be somewhere over here then. Megalobat! That's a dope-ass name for what is ultimately just a bat. As you search the shadows, a glint catches your eye. You turn over a walk and find the Vobert gold piece. I know how words work. I am very good words. Best words. I was hoping he'd drop the gold piece somewhere closer to the entrance. More fool me for thinking Lady Luck was on our side. Well, I found it, so... Well, maybe she is. Yours, at least. In the end, my contribution was little more than poor company. I don't think any FF games have gnomes in the way we'd know them. They don't, as far as I'm aware. Come now, Thancred. You are far more prepared for this task than I. No more than usual, I assure you. I only managed to survive the Querthan wilderness in the Imperial capital by virtue of extensive preparation. A habit of mine since childhood, and one of my few positive traits which endeared me to Louis Soir, I imagine. It hasn't been easy finding ways to compensate for my condition. Every tool and trinket has proven vital to my continued success, such as it is. Had I chosen to pursue the arcane arts rather than espionage, well, I'd rather not think on it. So long as I have the means to protect those dear to me and see my duties through, that's all that matters. Now let's hurry and see that return to Guthjon. The sooner we get to Eorzea and Menphilia, the better. You're back. Wait, does that mean... I'll be damned, you actually found it! Well, a deal's a deal, but I don't think this means you'll find what you're after. To be honest, I wasn't sure you could pull it off, but you did, and I'm a man of my word. Come with me. Here's my thing. Tancred's sitting here like, if I had chosen to pursue the arcane arts, I don't want to think about it. Wouldn't the full statement there be, if he had chosen to pursue the arcane arts, nothing would have happened because he can't use ether? Or am I missing some shit? Is this a Gambit prodigal son situation? Every time I step out of these mines, the sky seems to get brighter. I'd never leave them. Yeah. But you've not come to... Oh, Jesus. First, I have to ask, you ever heard of rockworms? Rockworms? I know them by another name, though I'm fairly certain the locals call them knockers. Aye, that they do. Whatever you want to call them, those little bastards may be the answer to your troubles. They can fit through the cracks and crevices down where we could never hope to reach. No, he means... Oh, as in before the live stream. Right. No, he means he'd not have that power anymore. Got it. I get it. Right. Okay. I guess for me, it's just I wasn't parsing the timeline correctly, and so I was kind of... It was all just a little bit of a wibbly-wobbly mess, and now I get it. He's saying, like, had I chose to study the arcane arts, well... I wouldn't have survived naked alone in the wilderness after everything. And, yeah, I got it. Yeah. And on occasion, they come back with something valuable. They take up Leonine in the mines? It's a rare occurrence, but yes, that said, it usually amounts to no more than a few flakes. Well, our only other option sounds tantamount to suicide, so how can we draw out these rockworms? Over by that shack, you'll find a bag full of smoke bombs. Set off a few in the mines and you'll flush them out in no time. Once they're out in the open, knock them senseless and check their backs. I should warn you, this method of mining, if you can even call it that, is used as a last resort on account of what little they like to bring back. You'll want to cover as much ground as you can if you hope to find anything of value. Assuming you do find something, bring it here and I'll have a look. We should split up if we're to cover more ground, as he suggests. If you can cover these 3 areas on your map, I'll see to the parts between them. A dirty job. Hey, this is the Mike Rose segment of the game. I'm not gonna apologize for that joke. I'm not gonna apologize for that joke. You know the micro is actually very... Yeah! Yeah, when I found that out, it's like... What? Dude, how? Literally how? You are the fucking poster child. Sometimes it... Caracal, did you mean to write bees your own mans? Or did you mean B, and that just worked out hilariously for what you were trying to say? Either way, you ain't wrong. I meant bees. Okay. I was like, that's either hilarious or unintentionally very hilarious. So, it was intentionally hilarious. There are a lot of rich shit heels that make their calls. Yeah, but his is like exceedingly egregious. Literally, his whole thing is about the glorification of, quote, dirty jobs. And, yeah. And again, I get it, like... That's what politicians do as well, to a degree. But it's different. It's a little different. You know what I mean? Not that I'm excusing it or saying, like, any of it is okay. I hope that's very clear. I'm saying, like, I don't know, it feels... Him doing it feels scummier. Maybe because of just an expectations thing. Him doing it feels scummier. Oh shit. Did that wrong. Yeah, I want to be clear. I'm not saying it like, oh, yeah, totally. Like, I expect better. Like, no, or like this. It just, it feels like a level scummier than politicians, which is saying something. To spend your career trying to build empathy. Exactly. Exactly. It is no different than, like, the fake leftist to basically a fascist pipeline that is so prominent in a lot of circles. Y'all know who the fuck I'm talking about. But again, it's like, you know, it feels scummier when you do it. Because you've discussed these issues. You should know better. So I don't know, that feels extra shitty to me. I'm not gonna lie. The fact that it's saying there's... I get it that they're weak, but the fact that there's 7 of these groups, this is the first time in a bit where I've been like, this feels a little unnecessary. This feels a little bit game patty. There did not need to be 7 groups of worms, especially because you had me do... Especially because of how you're presenting it. 1, that you had me do all the things, and then now I have to double back for all these bits of rubble. And 2, that every time it's like I have to take out a couple of worms, then wait a second, then I have to take out the knock. I don't know. This feels a bit patty. It's the one quest I felt that way in a bit. Not enough that I'm suddenly like, this is terrible, god-awful. How dare they? Like, it's not something I'm gonna fight about. Or anything. Just that I'm like, you didn't need to do this. We would have been fine if you just had it be a little bit less. Would have been fine. What? There's another one here. Oh, I talked to my cousin and aunt about that because that senator is from Charlotte, and they were like, her mom did a bunch of goodwill for the community, especially for the homeless community. Only for the senator, basically. Yeah! Yeah! Hold on one second, Liana. I see you spoke. I'm just... There we go. I would be okay with plant 7 bombs and 1 giant... Yeah, that would have been fine. Or even if it was each time you plant one, the enemy groups appear around there, you can take them on, and it's just the first immediate group you see, and then that's it. But it's like, it's the fact that you have to place all the bombs, then you have to find all 7 groups, then with each of the groups, you have to fight something, wait a second, fight another thing. It's like, it's just the combination. It's just a tick too much. See, I almost went away before fighting this other one. Like I wasn't just sitting here talking about it. Oh, I only got 1 left. Leave me alone. Well, I'm gonna trigger this and just fight it all at once. Okay. Thank you. Blood of Shadow. Blood of Shadow. Okay. Oh, you're the only thing left. Nope, there is a knocker. Okay. Rain. Okay. Nope, screw that up. Wrong input. Alright. What do we get? There you are. Find anything promising. Here's a bunch of glittering rocks. Let me know what I got. Between the two of you, I've seen you cut quite the haul. Best get comfortable, friends. It's going to take some time for me to sift through all this. About the length of one cutscene discussion. Give or take.
You may not remember this about Armin Filia.
Go on.
But prior to founding the Path of the 12, long before the Scions, she was something of a miner. After her father died, Flamine took her in and taught her the trade.
She was a miner. Yeah, we all were at one point, and then we grew up. Don't fucking judge me.
I think they were both seeking to fill the void left by a loved one. Maybe that's why she took to it so readily. Back in those days, I spent most of my time in the quicksand, or some other tavern, loosening tongues and gathering secrets. Occasionally, I'd catch a glimpse of her in the street, on her way home after another hard day's work. I always felt a wave of relief when I saw she'd come back safe, along with a pang.
Oh, trust me,
the fact I wasn't there to support her as I should have been. Simply speaking with her more than once in a blue moon would have been a good start, but I could never bring myself to do it. Instead, I threw myself into my work and became every drunkard's best friend.
Oh, God. Not your finest hour, to say the least.
Far from it. And Flamine has never let me live it down.
You do the pun equivalent of Miguel performing his kink in front of all of us without our consent. You know good and damn well we're judging.
Here and now, I have another chance to do things right, and I will not squander it again.
Caracal.
Hey, come and see what I found. You're not going to believe this.
One of them just happened to have an entire rock of the ship.
Tell me it's Leonine.
It is at that. You lot were born lucky.
You know...
It's mostly broken pieces. But look at this.
This is a rather fine specimen.
Okay.
It's been decades since we found anything approaching this big. But that's not all. There's an engraving on it.
Ah, these scratches here. They're a little hard to make out. To my beloved Magnus and Schoolie.
Yes! Do you see? It was a gift to Magnus from his wife. She found it. She really found it. She must have spent her final hours carving this message into the stone, in the hope that he might see it one day. Those rock-backed bastards must have made off with it before we could clear a path to her. It's fate that brought you here to find this stone. No other explanation. It makes me wonder what else might still be buried in these parts.
Oh, come on, man. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of hurting. We'll grab the wine red. I'm so tired of hurting. Oh, I also didn't. Before you said in the Talus, would you take it to Magnus? For 3 long years he's believed she died for nothing. He must know the truth, that her sacrifice was not in vain. We'll take it straight to him. You have my word. Thank you, Guthjon, for all your help. Right then, let's not keep everyone waiting. The pain train starts now. Yes, the pain train starts now, she said, of a train that left the station so fucking long before now. Say, perhaps you could help me. As you've no doubt noticed, most of Twine's miners are Ronso. There's a Mistel lad, though. Only one of his kind in the whole town. His name's Kisat, a bit of a loner, always digging by himself in places where you'll be lucky to find a few lumps of gold, never mind gems and such. I often ask him why he doesn't mine the same spots as the rest of us, but he never gives me a proper answer. I dare say he would be more inclined to speak with an outsider, though. If you could get the truth out of him and see if anything is the matter, it would put my mind at ease. If you want to say that the pain train is moving to another gear, sure. but the pain train has been rolling, as evidenced by the fact that this shit keeps ripping up my heart in public. Oh, this shit's gonna be... I shouldn't have done this. A traveler, eh? What do you want with me? Lucky to find a couple lumps of coal. Is that what he said? Shows how much he knows. You, on the other hand, might be a better audience for my master plan. Have you ever heard of an alloy called Nabathium? It's strong, light, and resistant to heat and friction. It was one of the most valuable metals in Nabatharang, and a lot of their jewelry was made from the stuff. Trouble is, the techniques for missing the alloy were lost to the flood. I've been looking for a way to make my own, and my search led me to a scroll that explained the methods, right down to the last detail. After having a historian decipher it, I learned that I'd lacked one vital ingredient, rudibite, and that's what I'm digging for. Short of venturing into the empty, my next best option is to look for a vein here in Amarang. Of course, I'd stand a much better chance of finding one if I had help, but I'd rather not have to rely on anyone from around here. Some of the Ronsel miners take exception to the fact that I'm Mistel. They seem to think we're not built for this kind of work. When I find that rudibite, they'll see how wrong they are. First time I've said more than about 2 words to anyone in a while. I feel better for getting that off my chest. This might be a bit sudden, but I have an idea. How'd you like to see the moment I finally unearth that vein of ore? But what I really mean is that I need someone there to act as a witness. Otherwise, the others might think I bought a lump of iron from somewhere. A bottle of it from somewhere. Ludicrously expensive as it is, and I'm pretending to have dug it up myself. Will you do me this favor? I'm gonna have to kill some things while he's digging, aren't I? You will? Thank you! Luckily, I found the perfect spot for my next dig. If my minor hunch is correct, the ore should be waiting just below the surface. It's in Nuvi's leaving, so I'll wait for you there. Yeah, I'm going to continue the story. I'm just... Inevitably, I feel like I'm going to have to go in that direction, and I'll deal with it then. What? Yeah, no, it's not right now. Especially because it doesn't actually unlock things for me yet. But it is the last optional ether current quest I need. So I will take care of it. It's appropriate, but not at this point. Here we go. What? Oh, it's you. If you've come to complain about the trolley, you'll find no sympathy from me. I told you before it won't run, and you wouldn't listen. Oh, but it will, now that we have this. Your name is engraved on it, along with your son's. It was a gift from your wife, Magnus. From Agna. No. No, she couldn't have. Agna. Take it. Do with it what you will. Are you certain? It would delay our plans, but I said take it. It was you who found it. You who needs it. Looking at that stone, all I can see is... Please, just leave me be. I hope you'll be there when the Talos stirs to life. I'm sure she'd want you to see it. Would you do the honors of delivering this to Eorzea? Oh, this is gonna hurt. Thou art returned, and with Leonine, it would seem. As promised, the Talos has been made ready to receive its heart, thanks in no small part to Jarek, Thaf, and Minfilia. At last we shall return time to the timeless, this sentinel of stone, that we may press onwards towards Nabatharang. Very good. Now let us begin. this is gonna hurt.
Preparations for the enchantment are complete. When the heart hath been suffused with a sufficient quantity of ether, the golem should be restored to life.
All right then. Whenever you're ready. It's working! It's working! Magnus!
For this? This wretched heap of stone and rubble? This worthless pile of earth? And yet, I can't.
What troubleth thee, child?
I shouldn't be here. I don't deserve to be. I don't deserve any of the things you've done for me. I'm just a burden, helpless and hopeless. If tomorrow came and I was gone, it would be better for everyone.
I've been there.
Thancred most of all. He'll never admit it, but I can see it in his eyes.
I've been there because of my dad.
I wish he'd just say it. Just say that he hates me, that he wishes I was dead so that she could return.
None of this is thy doing, child. 'Twas I who set the Oracle on her path unto the first. I who condemned you all to suffer these torments. 'Tis my sin alone, and one that will haunt me unto my dying day. Yet I dare not dwell over long on my many regrets, for the world is a tapestry of fates, interwoven and inseparable. And we who strive to better it cannot choose but make difficult decisions. For naught of worth was ever achieved without sacrifice. And thus must man ever struggle to weigh life against loss.
Whew!
The one for whom thou mournest beareth no grudge. Were she here, she would not suffer thee to languish in sorrow. She would tell thee to seek thine own path.
Oh, Minfilia would be the first to tell her that she has to follow
hers. It is a truth which I myself was slow to learn. Yet a truth it remaineth. Thou needst but have faith. Have faith, and all will be well.
You know how she feels now, Thancred. Go to her.
Not today.
Then when? How many days do you have left? What are you doing? Oh, God. Everything about this is a problem. All of it.
To what do I owe the pleasure that is your extended stay?
Oh, to the tediousness of our hero's present endeavors. That and the insufferable abundance of light in Armorang.
Oh.
I should be glad to keep my distance.
Just 1 second, folks. My mom is calling. Hello? Hey, man. I'm good. How are you? Okay, it's not gonna be till tomorrow. Okay. Love you too. What's up? My mom's not coming home tonight. She's coming home tomorrow. But still, she's good enough. She's fine. They just want to keep her overnight just in case, which I'm fine with that.
Oh, I'm rather fond of sleep, you know. It's a wonderful way to pass the time. Not that my compeers would agree, mind you. Always on the move, the lot of them. Like La Hebrea, constantly jumping from vessel to vessel.
Show's so shady.
Such determination. So much passion.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it too much, Liana. She's been through the hardest part.
Come to think of it, Exarch, I don't believe I've ever seen you retire to your chambers for so much as 40 winks. However do you keep your eyes from closing?
Oh, you just know.
The cold shoulder. You wound me.
You know that Emmett Selk knows the answer, and he's just being a dick.
Always so guarded in our every interaction. Interactions you curiously refrain from sharing with the Scions and their champion.
I'm sorry, what?
And risk souring your budding relationship? I think not. Much as I dislike you, there are more useful targets for his energies. And I'm not in the habit of pointing him at my enemies like a weapon.
Who is him?
Is that right? Fond of him, are you?
Is him me?
You continue to fascinate me, Exarch. But tell me, who are you? The once great nation whose ingenuity gave birth to this tower was shaped by my hand. As such, I know full well the wonders it can facilitate and those it cannot. There is nothing in these walls which could have aided you in summoning our dear friend across time and space. Much less in possession of his mortal flesh, not even I could have performed such a feat.
I see. You had a hand in Alag as well. You would know what I am? I am the adjudicator of the sacred history with which you dared trifle.
What?
I am keeper of this tower's boundless wisdom. The wisdom of ages without age, of everywhere and nowhere. The great work of those who tamed the wings of time and grasped the nature of the rift.
Okay, what the fuck does that mean, though?
'Tis a boon born of the sacrifice of brave heroes who gave their lives for a brighter future. I will not see their hopes and dreams squandered. The history which led us here will be unwritten. I promise you that.
Well, it seems we're both eager to fulfill our duties then.
On that much, we are in agreement.
Mine apologies for the delay. Ophelia and I had a private matter to discuss, which bringeth me to the question, how didst thou find Thancred during your search? He spoke of Ophelia, his own accord. I see. 'Tis well that he did, and with such candor. I attempted to broach the subject before. Mine intention was to ensure no words remained unspoken between them, lest tragedy intercede. I regret I myself know all too well. Alas, in the end he refused to heed my counsel. A time will come when they must face the reality of their circumstances, but I have faith that all will be well in time. Now let us not tarry any longer. The Talos and Navatharang are restless. Okay, here we go. I've just been crying, Comey. You know how it is. It's been years since I've seen a Talos in such fine shape. Would that Agna was here to see it. Or her son. I was ready to let her dreams die down there in the mines. Even after you'd found the Leonine, I refused to... Okay. But I tell you now, I'm going to take good care of the Talos. For both their sakes. On behalf of my family and all the finers of Twine. Thank you. Well, enough chitter-chatter. Let's get you lot to Navatharang, eh? Everything seems to be in order. I take it the Talos' presence resolves the issue of the gate. Oh, that. Yeah. Yeah. It's designed to open at the Talos' approach. Then we can finally go to Navatharang. You certainly can. All that remains is a final check of the control box over at the mines. You heard that, boys? Get the Talos over to the mines and keep a close eye on it around the curves, understood? I'm catching up with side quests at the moment because it's been way overdue, but I'll be in... Gotcha! Yes, sir! Let us repair to the mines, then. Before we go, while you were away with Anoriand, I prepared an extra set of cartridges for you. And this one, it's the practice cartridge you gave me. I know I should have thrown it away ages ago, but I've been adding a little extra to it every day. After so many charges, I'm honestly not sure what it will do. But I wanted you to have it. For luck. Ophelia, we should hurry. Magnus and the others are probably wondering where we are. You stupid bastard. You're gonna lose her. You're going to lose her. You have to say something. So, I'm going to talk about something completely random, but for those of you who are familiar with Pokemon challenges, this is kind of a dovetail thing, I want to say. He just put out a new video, and it wasn't about himself, but it was basically him talking about how, I believe it was earlier this year, the Pokemon Red glitchless speedrun world record was beat. And it is considered, for all intents and purposes, smashed dead to the ground. He beat the previous record by over a minute. And if you look at his run, because of some of the stuff he did to get there, it would require so much risky play and luck to go in your favor that it is... People aren't sure how it could... Like, it would be an astronomical chance for it to happen. So people are basically considering it dead because the amount of work it would take, or amount of luck it would take in order to have a chance at doing it. But what was funny is the phenomenon that mattered that was allowing him to do it was something called, they refer to it as red bar. And basically in red and blue, when your Pokemon is in red health and it starts playing the low health doo-doo, 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 that covers up other sound effects to where, you know, when you talk about Pokemon cries when they faint and things like that, to where you can shave fragments of a second off every Pokemon you beat. And it's hilarious. What I wanted to say is, speedrunning really is playing a different fucking game than the rest of us. So much of it is figuring out, like, figuring out on a programming level how shit works so that you can exploit it, and it's great. Like, obviously a lot of it has to do with being technically proficient at the game, but at the highest level, so much of it is, yeah, it has nothing to do with technical proficiency. You just need to know how to take apart the duct tape that's holding this shit together and put it back just right. So this is it. We're finally going to Nabatharang. I've thought long and hard about what to say to her, to the real Minfilia. I hoped when the time came I would know, but with every step we take I feel more uncertain. There's no reason to give up though, not when so much is at stake. Thank you, all of you, for helping me to get here. Now let's not keep Magnus waiting. Oh, it's gonna be a fight! There you are, so what do you think? A little primitive looking, I'll admit, but Daedalus Stoneworks has always favored a simple, intuitive design, and that philosophy has served us well enough. Much of the trolley network uses single tracks, making it easy for the Talos to navigate them as needed. And plotting a route is so simple, even the we can do it, which makes for fewer accidents in transit. Speaking of which, are you ready to board? Wait. Before I do, I'm with Best Fear right now, right? Yes. Okay, just wanted to make absolutely sure. Let's do it. All right then. What's your step?
Eorzea?
He's staying behind.
Thou must needs carry on without me. The path to Nabatharang lieth open. Whilst thou travellest thither to the south, I would apprise Mistress Eorzea and the others of our progress. As circumstances permit, I will thereafter rejoin the hunt for the remaining Light Wardens.
Magnus, will the gate close immediately after the trolley passes through?
No, it will stay open until someone closes it manually. Built that way to prevent any untimely accidents.
Gotcha.
Then you and the others can meet us in Nabatharang after giving the Ilmorans the slip.
Eorzea. Thank you for everything.
Remember, thou needst but have faith.
If you've finished with your goodbyes, I suggest you grab hold of something. Be a shame if you took a tumble.
all that needs to be said. This is your last chance, Thancred.
The tracks beyond the gate aren't in the best of shape, so the trolley can only go as far as Malik. Godspeed!
I love that little stupid stone
That must be the
doofus.
gate.
I refuse to accept that that's the way it opens. We could have figured that out. Oh, okay. It's an ether connection thing. Okay.
So far, so good.
This is not
Wait.
Ranjit.
Is that Ranjit?
What an ants. Oh, God. I'm so tired of this asshole. Truly, I am.
You're a stubborn old swine, aren't you?
One who has mastered Gukumots fears not the blackest pit or the fieriest hell. Your deeds in the east did not go unnoticed. Long have I lain in wait, and sure enough, you did not disappoint. Had you only sworn fealty to Lord Vorthry, you'd have no cause to skulk about like a frightened animal.
Like magnetism, but with ether. Right.
You will remain as you are, while I dispatch these villains.
No, I won't. I won't let you.
You forget to whom you speak. Who armed you, trained you, fought and killed 1,000 sin-eaters with you. And when you were inevitably cut down and lay lifeless in my arms, who sought out your successor to carry on the futile struggle again and again? We seek to bring peace to what is left of this shattered land, while these mad fools would only bring further chaos down upon us. Do not be deceived, child. Only by Lord Vorthry's hand will this dying world know a sliver of salvation.
Yeah, he has to be being controlled.
I don't know about the world, but I never asked to be saved. However much it hurts, and however hard it gets, it's my life, and I want to live it on my own terms.
Good for you.
And those mad fools you want me to abandon, the ones I've traveled with, fought with, and may one day die with, they feel the same. So no, I will not be deceived, no matter what you say. I refuse to believe it's all for nothing. They're everything to me. All I have, and all I need. And I would gladly do anything for them. Let us pass, or kill me. I'm not leaving here without them.
Okay.
How dare you? Very well. If you would cast your lot with villains, then you shall share their fate.
won't lay a fucking finger on her.
I heard what you said, and I'm sorry for all the things I've left unspoken. You have to go, now!
No.
Tancred, no!
Go! Do what you came here to do. I'll not have you waste that newfound resolve on me. I leave her in your hands. Hurry! Not another step. Your fight is with me.
You think yourself a protector? As if a whelp like you could be a better father to her than me.
Oh! Alright. Wait, what? Wait. Okay. Alright. Fine. Smackdown. Okay. How many times do we need to teach you this lesson, old man? Let's fucking go, Tancred! Okay, I'm waiting to... I lied. Kept secrets. But no more. She deserves better. A life of pain. Of ceaseless conflict and despair. No, a life of her own choosing. Get out of this electrical field. Okay. Come over here, bro. Healing potion. No, no, no. I realize I don't have a healer. I need to do this shit on my own. Okay, nope, leave me alone. Okay. It's okay. I've leveled gun. Now this is a little different from the gunbreaker I've leveled, obviously. No. Okay. No!
This is going well.
Yeah, totally. Okay.
Feast of my blood, answer my call!
Woo! Here we go, here we go. Active time event. I just know it is. I know it. Or that? This dude class changed into a fucking Reaper? That class didn't even exist yet! How do you do that? Okay, come on. Come on. Yeah! Sorry, old man. Damn it! I need to line up a clean shot. Okay, no, 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 no. Come on, nope. Get here!
When will you learn?
Never! Shit. No! Nebula! Shit, did I time that wrong? Did I time that wrong? Wait, can I? Nope. Using perfect dodge. What?
Not good.
Here we go. No! I need to wait. I'm gonna swing, then one more. Let him move. There we go. Now's our time. Yeah! Got it! No! My life would be but a small price to pay. Then pay it you shall! Oh yeah? Sorry, Ranji. I don't think this is gonna go the way you think. Nope. Not today! It's over when I say it is! You never understood her. She's not a bird to be locked away in a gilded cage. Go. Potion. Oh, this one. Okay, next to the thunder, there's the one that's like that. And then like that. And then I am her protector. Looks like I have to use it again then. Reduction of life-sustaining ether by concealment is placed in the body. Failure to remove this effect will result in KO.
No quarter!
Oh shit. No, you don't. Now I have you. Yeah! Ah! Nebula. Okay. Come on. Nope. Go ahead. Fine. You're the one who can't fight me but in fire and thunder. one who is supposed to be so unstoppably brave. Seems you're the one who can't figure it out. Come on. Come on. Oh, shit. Oh, damn. I can't keep taking hits like this. Shit, I gotta get to safety. I need potion. Shoot. This is carried long enough. Wouldn't you? This is carried on long enough. Wouldn't you agree? Where's that cartridge? I have to discount. Come on. Ow!
Fall from that! Fall!
Ha! I'd hoped you would fall for it a third time. Times was perhaps already too many. No more tricks! Then let us finish this! Yes. Let us finish it. Come on. Come on. Come on! Come on! Come on, come on. But you've not even seen the grand finale. Come on. Come on. One last disappointing act. Were you not struggling to stand, I might think you're serious. Oh, I am deadly serious. Soul Deep invisibility. By temporarily severing the flow of Thancred, what the fuck are you doing? No, no, no. Just a little more. I can get him. This is it? To hell with you! Woo!
You would have her suffer and die. I would spare her that fate.
That is not for you or anyone else to decide, ever again.
Thancred, you stupid bastard.
Not a single day goes by that I don't think about all that you have given me. Countless memories and moments I took for granted. Gods, you grew up so fast. But you had to, didn't you? For those you had lost. For those you could yet save. A world teetering on the very brink of oblivion, for which you gave your everything, without hesitation. Your kindness, your compassion, your love, then and now.
That's what I'm saying. This stupid SOB.
One last time.
Straight
With
up.
a little help. I'm so proud to have been a part of your life.
He really is. He's like, you don't need ether if you got whoop ass. Oh, don't do that. Don't make it so I can't hear what he said. Okay.
This is the place, Anoriand. This is where she stopped the flood. The last time I was here, when I felt her presence overwhelming me, I tried to pretend it wasn't happening, to just turn away.
You never do, but there's a You never do, but there's a general popular consensus if you want it. Oh, of what he said there? Feel free to throw it to me.
But I can't turn away now. Not this time. For Thancred and the others, I have to face her.
Alright. In the event that you leave the area, speak with the apprentice engineer at Twine in Amarang to return to Nabatharang. Okay, yeah, that's good, because I actually am going to cut off here. And I'll return for the next stream, because it has been a bit, and my kids are about to be dropped back off to me, and I gotta do dad stuff. I love you is the general speculation. Well, yeah. That makes sense. And I'm is sad. Okay. Thank you all so very much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. Today, I think I needed this because I needed an emotional dump because I basically spent the last 3 days like this. Okay, I'll do one more quest. I'll do one more quest. I can sense her presence, albeit faintly. Come on, let's look over by the crystal wall. If it's one more quest, then sure. I will do one more quest. No. I mean, I'm close enough that I don't really care. I'm gonna be more or less efficient. An experience game. Okay. As in the quest I'm actively doing right now? Not like this one and then another one? This might be good, because like I said, I was in a state where it was like a breathe out. Okay. Okay. I'm here. Oh shit, this is the flood itself.
Run for your lives! It's the flood! The flood!
Look! There's somebody up there! On top of the palace!
I was about to say, there's 5 orbs around her. Are those the various Ardbert warriors? And yeah, that's the answer. They each gave themselves towards this. And then became Light Wardens because hell is not just the place you go after you die anymore.
No. Stand back.
Oh, hold on 1 second, folks. What? Is she here or just her car? What did they say when they saw you? I'm finishing it. Tell her it's gonna be like 5 minutes. I don't know if it's gonna be 5 minutes.
We shall stay the flood.
So Ardbert tried.
But this is what I want. It's my sacrifice to make.
What's up? 1 second, folks. Yeah, I know.
Your time has not yet come.
1 second, folks. No, I already know. So I only have to do the last quest of the tank line. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec, folks. Give me 1 sec. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know I'm close. To mess with me?
No. I was trying to start a chair stream.
Oh, you were trying to start a chair stream?
Chair stream.
Okay. Everybody loves chair streams. Alright, thank you for waiting, folks. I'm sorry. Now I can focus on this. It just, my sister was here. She was coming to talk to me about my mom's situation, and I didn't want to have in the back of my mind that she was waiting out there. Now I know I can focus on this, and I'm good.
When all hangs in the balance, you must give them hope.
But how?
Midfilia!
And yeah, not light wardens. I meant cardinal sins. That there was. I remember the whole thing was they were searching for the 4 cardinal sins, and then I am finding out. Oh, the cardinal sins are Ardbert's gang. I knew inevitably I'd have to see her.
Ours is a meeting long overdue. Full glad am I that we may finally speak.
It's good to see you again.
My dear, sweet child. Yours is a burden none should ever be forced to bear. Such pain and suffering you have endured. Yet still you came. For this and more, I thank you.
I've lost count of the times I've almost given up. If people hadn't helped me every step of the way, I never would have made it.
Yet here you stand, resolved. Now, tell me your heart's desire.
To defeat the Sin Eaters, and bring this world back from the brink.
Okay.
The remaining wardens have hidden themselves from us. But with the power of the Oracle, I thought we might be able to find them.
Indeed you could. Their radiance would be unmistakable. But know, my child, that the power you seek will come at a price. We stand now at the crossroads. A decision must be made. 'Tis only natural to be afraid, to hesitate. But for your many trials, you have grown stronger and wiser. And with the love and support of those you hold dear, you have grown to love yourself.
I miss Minfilia. I do. But she has to choose herself. She deserves to have a life.
The flood has washed away so much of this world. So many people and places and possibilities, and all the heroes who fought to protect them. Yet here the Scions are, trying so hard to help those few of us who remain, and seeing how tirelessly they work, how completely committed they are to the cause. I can't help but believe. But I want to do more than just watch and cheer. I want to make a difference. I want to help them like they helped me, and maybe even inspire others to do the same. Coming together, providing for one another. That's the only way forward I can see. Since all of our heroes are gone, we'll just have to make heroes of ourselves.
'Tis a beautiful, wonderful dream. One we share. Though my power was all but spent in staying the flood, I prayed this final act would give hope to those who survived.
What, Joel? I don't know yet. I'll tell you. Guys, I'm almost done. Let me just finish. Okay, but I'm telling you, I'm almost done. Let me just finish this. Okay, tell me real quick. What's up?
There's a zone in each area before you actually press play on Utopia. Now I need to show you the one for next door.
Okay, can you show me that after? Okay, thank you.
That self-same hope lives on in you. It gives me comfort to know that the future is in capable hands. If ever you should falter, remember this. No one, however powerful, is immune to the whisperings of doubt and despair.
Can you close that door, Joel?
Do not give in to them. But do not deny them either. Look instead to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Thank you, Minfilia, for believing in us, for believing in me.
Dearest friend, no words can express my gratitude to you for keeping her safe in these tumultuous times. You are a hero to us both. But not even the most valiant heroes can stand alone. Only together may you change the fate of two worlds.
She had to pick herself. She had to pick herself. And... Huh? Oh, yes, it is. Alpha. What happened? I remembered speaking with Minfilia, and then... Is something wrong? Oh yeah, it's changed. Parting gift, I think. Until now, I've walked the path she set before me. The path she set before all the Minfilias. But she's given me a new path. A new life that I can call my own. And even though she's gone, I can still feel her. Warm and calm and gentle. I can feel the beating heart of the world. The light that swells within it. And the Light Wardens. There's one here in Amarang. Let's hurry back. The others need to know. You don't think Thancred will be angry with me, do you? There's only one way to find out. I don't want to say I'm sure he'll understand, because I know there's no getting around it, but... Would you mind going on ahead? I'll be right behind you, I promise. I think he'll be happy that she chose this path. I think he'll be hurt, but I think he'll be happy that she chose this path. Unless Thancred is different than I believed him to be. I believe ultimately he said goodbye to Minfilia in that last scene, and that in this scene and in this moment, I believe he, maybe I'll be proven wrong, I think he was saying goodbye in his own way because he knew that I believe he said goodbye because he knew that this was it.
Ah, there you are. We were worried.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Really? He wasn't the one that nearly got himself killed. It's a good thing Eorzea called on us when he did. You were at death's door when we found you.
But thanks to your timely ministrations, I was not obliged to walk through it.
Minfilia?
You saw her.
I know I haven't exactly been pulling my weight up till now, but that's all going to change, starting today. I'll do whatever it takes to make Minfilia's dream a reality. I can track the Light Wardens now, maybe even help you fight them.
I'm glad you're back.
You don't have to say that, you know.
But I want to. Your family. How else would I feel?
She will need a name.
A name?
A name of her own. I would not have her walk in the shadow of another any longer.
Agreed.
And I think it a fitting tribute to our departed friend too. At the mention of Minfilia, I would remember the woman who preserved our fellowship when all seemed lost.
Do you remember what you were called before you were taken to Yulmore?
I'm sorry, I don't. I couldn't have been very old when it happened.
Then we must think of a new name. Suggestions?
Everyone's looking at Thancred.
If the lady herself has no preference, I think the honor should rightly fall to Thancred.
After all they have been through together, he's practically a father to her.
Well spotted. I'm so glad you're here to explain these things.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing.
I love them so much.
What about Reen?
Ah, blessing in Fae. Wait, does this mean thou wert listening when I delivered my lectures on the Pixies?
Not exactly, but that one word made an impression. Of course, if it's not to your liking, I can think of something else.
Reen. Yes, I rather like the sound of it. Thank you.
That settles it then. Welcome aboard, Reen.
I won't let you down.
And on that note, I'm gonna go ahead and end this end the stream. Okay, what did you want to do, Joel?
You've got mail. Legendary hat. Legendary chess piece. All the 4 legendary... Hold on, wait, dang it. All 4 legendary spell books. And a bunch of money.
I love you, buddy. And on that note, I'm gonna go and recover from
emotional damage.
From that. Thank you all so very much for hanging out with me. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I thank y'all. Till next time. I'll catch you later, fam.